bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Gemma Crow as she brings you a fascinating DVD that teaches you how to create all of your important findings that are essential to everybody's collection. Gemma will take you through step by step to create all of your finishing touches that bring your pieces to life, essential for all jewellery makers. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Good evening and welcome to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for tuning in. We are, as always, going to make it worth your while. We've been extremely busy today. What was that? Not yet, guys. I'm still a presenter, but the inspiration's coming, guys. 4th of February. Tune in. Actually, let's get up and running because it is, in fact, my penultimate Late Show this evening before I do move over to the Designer Inspiration Show. And so we want you to get involved with us tonight. We want you to text in, or you can message in on the little web text box, can't you? If you want to text in, the number is 60777 and start your text with the phrase JM Studio. We want to know what new features you'd like to see when Vicky Field joins us next week on the Late Show. So Vicky's going to come over and take over from me on the Late Show, and we want to know what new things you'd like to see on the Late Show. So it could be an idea for a segment, it could be a new catchphrase that Pete and Vicky could perform together.
I'd like a back and forth between presenter and floor manager, whereby they say something, maybe two.
Right, Pete's making his own stipulations now. He says it wants it to be a back and forth catchphrase, but you do the setup. That's what you're saying?
Possibly, yeah.
Oh no.
No, but I would just abuse that power.
You would abuse the power too much.
You know.
Okay, so it's still a back and forth. So the presenter does the setup, and you do the punchline, as it were.
Yeah. Keep it.
Call and receive.
Call and receive. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. That's the technical term. Okay, so a text in what you'd like to see as a new feature when Vicky Field joins the Late Show. Now, before we start to see some of your texts and give you amazing add it to your order deals, I should also introduce the wonderful Angela Edwards. How are you, Angela?
I'm very well, thank you, Ed.
I'm excited that you're on the show tonight.
I'm very excited myself too.
Well, Angela is our business workshop entrepreneur expert, as I like to talk about here on the Late Show. I often tell people to attend your workshop because we get lots of people talking about selling their jewellery designs and the pitfalls, and I'm not knowledgeable enough about that side of thing, Angela, so I always say book onto your workshop.
Well, thank you, Ed. I mean, over the year, I've been doing the workshop for 3 years now, and we've had hundreds of people come through, but I do watch you on the Late Show and you give very good tips, I have to say.
Really?
Very good tips.
You can come back, Angela. And that's another thing. So if you've been maybe thinking about selling your designs this year in 2015, text in if you've got any questions. Angela's definitely the one to answer those for you. I was just saying to my producer, Liam, earlier today that the last time Angela was running a workshop, I ended up just pulling up a seat and sitting there. Eventually she had to kick me out. She's like, can you get out now? We've got stuff to do. It's so... I was just getting involved. I was getting excited. You're also going to be creating some gorgeous designs for us throughout the evening, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Yeah, I've started, and I've loved the products that I've been given to work with already. Very exciting. Exciting
products. Okay, so we're going to get inspiration and education from Angela this evening, but let's get up and running. We've added to your order prices. Now, we're going to give you an incredible deal now. I'm looking at the gemstones and I'm already excited. That's before we talk about the added extra in this particular bundle. Now, the price point is going to be under £10. I can tell you that right now. So start dialing the free phone number, because you've got top drill drops of sunstone here, 80 carats in total. They're plain drops, so they've been polished beautifully to allow those little inclusions to come through, that little glitter coming through from the centre of the gemstone. 80 carats, and the droplets themselves range in size from 6x5 to 11x5, so quite sizable pieces. They're perfect for the matching sets of jewellery that you want to create. And for me, we don't see that many labradorite samples that could be used as accent gemstones. So I've got 40 carats of labradorite here in 4mm polished rounds. Perfect as an accent stone in my mind. You could use them as beady beads or for kumihimo designs. Maybe with maybe on your soutache pieces. So very, very versatile cut. Macrame as well, these would be perfect for. Just check out the labradorescence. This is why I think they'd be excellent as accent gemstones, because you've got a little bit of a feature, but it won't necessarily overpower the focal point of the design. Wow, probably about 50% of our customers are multi-buying this particular deal. Could be because of the 4mm labradorite. Could be because you're 80 carats of sunstone drops. Or it could be because as part of this deal you also get the loose gemstone storage box. Now these little sections, are actually divided up. You can see here, so you've got two large sections and then you've got the smaller ones, but I think you can normally move these dividers around. Yes, you can, there you go. So you can actually have all kinds of dimensions within your storage box. This is going to be very, very popular because lots of people get in trouble for taking up too much space in their home with their loose gemstones and their findings and whatnot. This would be good actually for bringing maybe made jewellery or loose gemstones and findings to craft fairs to sell your designs. What do you think, Angela?
Yes,
is everything organised?
You can never have too many storage boxes. I've got absolutely loads, and as you say, they're great for carrying around with you for craft fairs, even if you're teaching as well.
Yes.
Because you know, if you've got little components, you put your findings in the components. So if you're teaching or you know doing shows and you need to get hold of your components. Fabulous.
Perfect, isn't it?
It's clear, and that's the other advantage of our storage boxes, is the fact that it's not opaque, it's clear, so you can actually see straight through them and get what you want.
That's a great point. Oh, I know that a lot of people at their craft fairs sort of make items to order, don't they? They do. Say, come back in 10 minutes and I'll make you your earrings, just choose the stones you want, things like that. Or of course somebody might spot a design they like and say, is there any chance you could maybe recreate that in sterling silver, for example?
Yeah.
If you've got all your findings in there.
It's perfect. I know that it's happened to me before when I've not had the clear boxes and you've got opaque ones or you've got them in your little poly bags and it's just jumbled all over and it takes you such a long time to find what you're after, then things spill out and it becomes a mess and you look unprofessional.
I was going to say that. I'm glad that you said it. So this actually increases your professionalism as well.
Absolutely, because you're organised, you're clear, you don't even have to label things, you just label your box of sterling silver, your copper findings, and you know you can just go to the box that you want. Easy.
Job's a good one.
Absolutely.
There we go. Okay. Now, the storage box is a massive draw, and I'll be honest, I have seen these at quite significant price points from other suppliers. Tonight, you're going to get it as part of a late show bundle. Now, this is the idea behind our late show. We've taken popular items from our website, we've bundled them together, we've created this unique code that you can see on screen. It's only available for 60 minutes, as with all the deals and price reductions you're going to see here on the Late Show this evening. And actually, I don't think this one's going to hang around for 60 minutes with the amount of multi-buyers we've got. Veronica's got 2, Pauline's got 2, Anne's got 2, Hillary's got 2, Karen's got 2. Still, huge numbers of people coming through for this. Say again, sorry. Oh, there you go, nearly half the stock's already been allocated on this deal. You need to start dialing the free phone number. Don't forget, if you do come through to a short queue on the free phone number, you're only investing your time. Now you're also going to get, we can't overlook this, 4 mil perfect rounds of labradorite and 80 carats of sunstone in top drill drops. This is a ridiculous price. This is how we get up and running on the Late Show. It's £8.95. So even if you were paying £4.49 for each of those gemstone strands, I'm pretty sure that would be the best value on the market. But if you grab the box as well for £8.95, I mean, that is an amazing deal, isn't it, Angela?
That is superb value for money. Absolutely superb. I know I've paid, you know, up to £5 and more for a storage box that
For the
size.
boxes, yeah.
So to get the gemstones included,
There you go.
fabulous.
Oh, now they're getting very excited in the gallery about Deborah's idea. Deborah's texted in and it says, "Hi Ed, 12 smaller compartments could be for each birthstone with findings in the larger left-hand compartments."
Perfect.
Deborah, right there. Like a diamond bullet.
Yeah.
Genius.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look how that's worked out. It's like somebody thought about it. Well, Deborah did. That's a fantastic suggestion. There you go. So you have each of your birthstones in the compartments. You have, and then you have maybe sterling silver and gold plated sterling silver findings in there, or base metal and sterling silver in there. Perfect. Make to order.
Absolutely.
Perfect. £8.95 though. It is flying out the door as you'd expect. We are now approaching limited availability. As I say, even if you had to pay that price point for just the gemstones, you'd be laughing, wouldn't you? Oh, a third of the stock remains. So if you do want to add that, as I say, you do need to be getting involved as quickly as possible. I don't want anybody to miss out. And of course, if you've got it in your basket, that is not a confirmed order. You do need to check out to make sure that you don't miss out on that particular deal. £8.95. Oh, I would suggest that is an add it to your order price. For 2 strands of gemstones, very, very popular gemstones as well, labradorite and sunstone, and your storage box for £8.95. Okay, I'm going to have to move on from that deal because, as I said, it doesn't look like it could be a sellout. In fact, we've got a quick message from one of our lovely customers. In fact, it's a question for Angela from Angela, and it says, "Hi Angela, I am Angela too. I am definitely interested in your workshop. Is it suitable for beginners?"
It's suitable for beginners, people who are thinking of selling their jewellery, those who have started selling and are looking for additional places to sell, people who are looking to expand.
Yep.
So I'd say yes, definitely for beginners, those who have started and those who want to actually expand and grow and expand their business. The day, I mean, you've been in our course, Ed, and we do cover quite a lot. There is a lot packed in the day. Lots of information for people at all different levels. So definitely we would love to see you on the course, Angela. Absolutely. You know, we answer everybody's questions.
So throughout the day, you start with how to get started with selling your jewellery, and then you go into, you know, additional ways that you can increase your revenues, maybe how you can expand to a wider audience, if you like, that kind of thing.
Absolutely. I mean, we cover so many areas, so many fundamental areas, such as you know, where to get registered, and registering your business, all the different places you need to inform to get started, then right through to all the exciting bit that people really want to know, all the nitty-gritty, which is how do you price, where can I find my customers?
That so often here on the show.
Where can I find my customers, and what insurances I need. So those are the nitty-gritty. And people go away, and usually I had a lovely lady about 2 months ago, and she said, I thought it was just small craft fairs and large craft fairs. And we covered about 60 places.
Wow.
And she was like, oh my word.
Maybe it was Christine. She's texted in to say it's great to see Angela on the show. I did the Business Academy in December and would highly recommend it.
Hi Christine, I do remember you. Thank you for texting in.
There you go.
It's lovely to have your interaction with us today. So thank you. I mean, people do love the course. And they come away with so many ideas, and people keep in touch with me as well, and let me know how they're getting on, which is fabulous.
Brilliant. Well, we are going to give you many opportunities to create profitable jewellery tonight, particularly with our superstar buy, which is ametrine. Very, very highly sought after gemstone on the market. And of course, very, very rare. Absolutely incredible. We don't see this very often, even here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. And of course, we do have buying links all over the world. Just have a look at the way these huge carat weights have been faceted. It is sparkling like there's no tomorrow. Even in our studio lights, look at that. I mean, that is incredible, isn't it? They range in size from 13mm to 16mm. I would say each and every one is large enough to be used as a pendant, particularly as you don't want to be maybe, you know, too generous with your ametrine. And this may have connotations surrounding Valentine's, of course. That's going to be a great way for people to create money. People are making jewellery for their... oh, how about if you're not selling your jewellery for Valentine's, but you're making something for somebody? The rarity of ametrine for your anima gemella, your soulmate. There you go. Maybe you're making something. You like that? Okay, we're going to move on because we've got so much to bring you this evening. Where do you want to move on to, producer Leo? Oh, I like it. Hold on. A double deal, a clearance opportunity on one of the big 5. Multicoloured sapphires here. White sapphires and pink sapphires predominantly on the strands. Look at those. Actually, that's a cheeky little ruby you got there. The reason we say that, of course, is because rubies and sapphires are the same gemstone. Rubies is a colour classification of corundum, and that's why when you get those red hues, it becomes a ruby. But for the most part, you've got hot pink sapphires and white sapphires on these particular strands. Absolutely incredible. They are sparkling again beautifully thanks to the way they've been faceted. And you get 70 carats of sapphire on both strands, so 140 carats in total. A double deal. They range in size from 4x2 to 6x3, so quite significant sizes. You know, we've seen some of our rondelles that are very, very delicate, but these are very, very high carat weights, I would argue, compared to some of the Gems of Distinction range. White and pink sapphires, so 2 colour tones on one strand here, but a double deal, a clearance opportunity for 140 carats. If you were to invest in 2 strands of sapphires any other time, you'd be looking at $59.90, so $29.95 per strand. But tonight, as always, we are going to do something very, very silly. Don't forget, these deals are only available for 60 minutes. They tend to be last of stock opportunities. That's why we go a little bit lower than we should. Oh, or in this case, a lot lower than we should. He's just given you a £25 saving on 140 carats of sapphire. I'm just going to say, sorry, right now, producer Liam has been in an extremely generous mood for over a week now. What's going on, Liam? He's just getting excited. He's showing off in case Vicky Field's tuning in. Is that what it is? He's trying to make me stay, he says. We might be doing deals like this on the DI show. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Tune in on the 4th of February to find out. $34.95. That's incredible, isn't it? So should be $59.95. We've taken it down to $34.95. And of course, sapphires are very, very recognisable. So you've got to think that if you are selling your designs, for example, these are the kind of gemstones that will attract attention to your store. Pink and white sapphires, Angela?
Definitely. I think gemstones like that definitely put you into a different league of being a jewellery maker and seller. It's very prestigious, very high end. And when people see you working with gemstones such as sapphires and you know, rubies and pearls, they're going to know that actually you take what you do seriously.
So your passion comes through in the gemstones you use.
And therefore the price tag that you're putting on to your pieces, people are going to say, actually, this is a professional. This is somebody, you know, who is making their jewellery to sell. Their passion, their interest, their knowledge about gemstones is coming through.
I think it makes you seem more of an elite jewellery maker than just a crafter. Do you know what I mean? There is a distinction, isn't there, to be made? And these are the gemstones that do that. We've only got a third remaining in stock now, so there's obviously some very talented and successful jewellery makers out there. We're going to move on with that one, and I forgot where I took that from, but we're going to move on. Oh, now this is another clearance deal that I have to say had our executive producer Martha extremely excitable before the show. And when you see the quality of the Rainbow Moonstone, you'll understand why. I only have 15 opportunities. I'm just going to tell you because everything seems to be flying out the door. We're extremely busy. I know that you're tuned in for Angela and not me, but I'm okay with that. I'll get over it, Angela.
Yeah, you'll get used to it, Ed.
I like that. I like that. I'm moving to the show that's all about the designers, so I might as well get used to it, huh? Now, one thing I'll say about this particular gemstone is that it will be perfect in your storage box because it is, of course, a birthstone. It's June's birthstone. And you tend to find all the best people are born in June. I'm only messing. This is my director agrees because our birthdays are one day apart in that month. The angular that you're seeing in this particular strand of Rainbow Moonstone is phenomenal. Sometimes we find it difficult to show. Oh wow, was that the reflection in the desk? Even we could see it. I fell for that elaborate ruse that you put together there. Amazing, look at that. Blues, greens, golden tones. I've even got a little bit of pink angular coming through. Can we even see it? Oh, you can even see that through the screen. There you go. Very impressive. This is awesome, isn't it? Look at that colour tone. This is one of the first gemstones I ever owned in a pair of cufflinks. So there you go. They're already flying out the door. You get 35 carats of faceted rondelles on each strand. And here you've got the graduation in size on this particular strand. So they range from 3x2 up to 6x4 millimetres in size. I love it. I just can't. Oh, violet tones now that I'm seeing in there. Almost kind of tropical greens and blues coming through as well in the optical effect. This is proven to be extremely popular. They are flying at the door, and there's also people placing this in your basket you need to be checking out because if you were to buy these two strands of Rainbow Moonstone any other time, it would be $39.90, so they're $19.95 any other time. Already incredible value for the quality of the gemstones we're looking at here. But once again, buy one, get one for £5. Another phenomenal saving for very, very high quality Rainbow Moonstone. I'm just going to try and show you this because I've actually got a rainbow. Did we had a little rainbow outside earlier, didn't we? Everyone was getting excited. You can see that we get very excited about quite small things here at JewelleryMaker, but the one thing we do take very seriously is the quality of the gemstones that we can source for you. And this is top quality Rainbow Moonstone. Should be $19.95 per strand. This evening, 2 strands, a double deal, a clearance opportunity. Buy one, get one for £5. Amazing. I would say this would be perfect for earring designs. Because I'm thinking you want a little bit of movement, so you get the adolescence to come through. Angela's nodding. Yes.
I have to say, I know, you know, it's said time and time and time again that the beauty of the stones just don't come through quite as well on screen. And I'm looking at them on screen, and I'm looking to my left, and they are awesome.
They are, aren't they?
Awesome.
If you tuned in last week, you would have seen me with a strand of opal, getting extremely frustrated because I could see all of this fantastic opalescence, so all this pin fire coming through, and on screen it wasn't present, but of course the warmth of the light coming through the TV screen, it's never really doing it justice, I would say.
No, definitely. People like myself, who is a bit of a magpie and like glitz and like glamour and love sparkle, those are just perfect because you don't, I mean, I'm, you know, several feet away from you and they're just sparkling and twinkling and getting my attention, and I just think that if you've got those as part of your display, they're going to jump out at anybody walking by.
There you go.
Beautiful.
So they've got a bit of a sales technique about them as well. They're going to attract attention.
They speak for themselves. They're beautiful.
Well, we are approaching half the stock having been allocated there, and we still have 4 or 5 people in their basket as well, so we're going to move on. And, another very, very versatile gemstone. I think a lot of our expert designers kind of rely on this for part of their kind of neutral palette, if you like. That's certainly what I've come to understand about the use of Smokey Quartz here on JewelleryMaker. Almost to tone down the drama that would normally be associated with the jet black gemstone, you can use Smokey Quartz, that depth, that chocolate brown tone, as a slightly more subtle hue within your designs. And here, again, sizable carat weight. You've got 70 carats on each strand, 140 carats in total. And again, classic kind of checkerboard faceting, giving you that sparkle, giving it almost luster, if you like, within the Smokey Quartz. Absolutely beautiful. Graduation in size, so very, very easy to work with, easy to integrate into your classic designs. They range from 6x5 to 10x7. And I have to say, sizable strands here. 30 centimetres in size, so you get a lot of gemstones, a lot of bang for your buck, as they say. Already, we're getting a lot of interest on this particular. I told you, Smokey Quartz, it's hugely versatile. Not only does it go with virtually any other gemstone, but the thing I always notice about Smokey Quartz, it looks fantastic no matter what metallic tone you put with it as well. So it will work. So you can't go wrong with Smokey Quartz, can you? No,
I absolutely, apart from opal's my ultimate favourite, but Smokey Quartz, I use so much of it. And I love it with the paler tone gemstones, such as rose quartz and some of the very soft pale blues, because it brings depth. Bring depth to your design, and as you say, sometimes black can be a little bit harsh, and not everybody can wear black. But adding Smokey Quartz, it just, as you've done there, it just brings, it gives it a completely different personality in life,
doesn't it? Yeah, it's fantastic.
And I think, like amethyst, Smokey Quartz is very well known as a gemstone, very popular.
Maybe it's because it's the national gemstone of Scotland. You'd have been disappointed I haven't mentioned it for so long, Angela.
Yeah.
Okay, now if you were to buy this any other type, it's $17.90, $8.95 per strand. We're not staying there. How about buy one, get one for £3? Wow. That's a 30 centimetre strand of faceted Smokey Quartz for the equivalent of £3 as part of this deal.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
That's amazing, isn't it? Imagine how much you can do with that as well, because they're actually quite sizable. They're described as faceted ovals, but if you have a look at the gemstone a little bit more closely, you'll see they actually have quite a lot of depth to them. So you've got the classic oval cut, but then you can see that there. I mean, I'm thinking even charm designs.
Yes.
These look quite beautiful, because they almost have a barrel-like dimension to them, don't they?
And they're also nice to just finish off the back
on the end of extended chains, things like that.
Chain, a little charm.
They'll attract attention again, won't they, with that fantastic
definitely.
lustre. 2 strands for $11.95, normally $8.95 per strand. Buy one, get one for £3 on this particular deal. Another clearance opportunity. We are going to give you as many opportunities to add to your 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker as we possibly can, right up until 9 p.m. Don't forget that 1 P&P runs from midnight to midnight. So you can add as many items to your order up until midnight. There you go. $11.95. Okay, we're going to move on from that particular deal. And, this is another opportunity that did attract the attention of our very glamorous executive producer earlier today. The royal blue quartz. Have a look at these beautiful rondelles. Actually, I'm thinking maybe alongside the rainbow moonstone, because we get those blues in the adulorescence. You like that? That's fantastic. Wow, the amount of adulorescence coming through from the rainbow moonstone. Now I've put it alongside this gemstone. I mean, you could literally alternate that for the spring and summer seasons as those kind of nautical looks become more popular. That could be a good addition to your order. I mean, any primary colour tones, again, are a useful item to have within your collection of gemstones, aren't they? They're 6 by 3 millimeters in size approximately. There will be subtle variations, of course. 80 carats on each strand, 160 carats in total. If you were to buy these any other time, wow, really? Already $7.95 per strand? That's already an incredible deal, isn't it? Really? Wow, under £10 for both strands. Buy one, get one for £2. Faceted gemstones for $9.95. That's 160 carats, and of course we know that blue is one of the most popular colour tones within jewellery design as well. So again, if you're selling your designs and you want to appeal to a maximum number of people, this could be a good colour tone to work with, couldn't it?
Yeah, blue is always popular. Always popular, and you know, even if you're not an accomplished jewellery maker, popping that something like that on, you know, a couple of stretchy, making a couple of stretchy bracelets.
Why not?
You know, you're charging, and even if you only wanted to charge £5 or £6 each, you've made your money back.
Absolutely.
Easy.
Well, because what you would need, let's say,
just
half a strand,
exactly.
If that. In fact, you probably have a few left for a pair of earrings as well. So you can make a droplet bracelet and some earrings. Say £7.50 the set.
Exactly.
There you go, £15 off both those strands, and you've made a profit. Can't go
Beautiful.
wrong. Angela's agreeing with that one. She likes my style,
I do. I like your style very much, Ed.
There you go. $9.95 for that deal. Huge numbers of people flying through for that one. We are going to have to leave it with you, I'm afraid, because it is now time to bring you a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for a star buy. We are going to have one of these opportunities every 30 minutes or so here on The Late Show. It's our chance to bring you a little bit of a above and beyond deal, shall we say, because we always try to bring you the best and most competitive prices on the market, certainly for genuine gemstones. And when I talk about value, I'm talking about the quality and the carat weights as much as the individual price points. But when we put together a money-saving bundle, I don't see how we can be rivaled on the price point for this kind of quality. This is a amazing opportunity. I'm going to tell you, before we show you the star buy price, this is already unbelievable value. In fact, the producer and the executive producer were fighting over credit for this bundle because the price point is so amazing. But this is one of producer Liam's. You won the day, didn't you? I'd want to take credit for this one. Look at this. Gorgeous, zesty green tones from Peridot. Another very well-known gemstone, I believe. Even within the bespoke market, but certainly within the designer jewellery market, you're getting 70 carats of Peridot here. These are top jewel drops, again, very easy to integrate into your designs. They range in size from 3x2 to 8x2. We know about the kind of history and popularity of Peridot. Comes from the olivine family, and so occurs naturally in this colour tone. This isn't enhanced, this is as Mother Nature intended it. You see there's whole beaches of Peridot in certain Hawaiian islands. And it's because of the kind of way it forms. It forms in the mantle of the Earth's crust, so very, very intense pressures and temperatures that it's kind of applied to the gemstone by Mother Nature, and it's often kind of volcanic eruptions that unsettle the Earth and allow the Peridot to come through to the surface of Earth, and therefore that's why we get this beautiful, natural, rich, zesty green tone from Peridot. As I say, exactly as Mother Nature intended it. Now, I have to say, it's quite interesting that we've got the gemstone that offers you this kind of intensity alongside what is traditionally known as the rainbow gemstone. Now, Tourmaline is known to come in more colour varieties than any other gemstone, and we talked on Sunday, didn't we, about this being an Egyptian kind of folklore or tradition passed down through the ages, where a pharaoh believed that on its way passing through the Earth's crust that Tourmaline had actually passed over a rainbow and taken on all the colours of the spectrum. Here we have got jet black tourmaline. Very, very rare. We don't see this as often as we see some of the other varieties here on JewelleryMaker. I see a little more pink tourmaline, maybe some of the green tourmaline, far more regularly than I see the black tourmaline certainly on the shows. And you've got what we refer to as a double strander, because it's twice the length of a traditional strand here on JewelleryMaker. You can see that there. I mean, that colour combination is classic, isn't it? Peridot greens and the jet blacks, can't go wrong. Again, irregularities in the size and the shape of the tourmaline, so you're going to get a very organic finish to your designs. The organic dynamic we're looking for in bespoke jewellery design. You like that? I'm so proud of that. 120 carats of black tourmaline, 70 carats of top drilled peridot droplets, and before we even drop the price, this would normally be less than £10. Oh! Now Angela's created a beautiful design. It really does kind of highlight the dynamic between the greens and the blacks and the organic nature of the cuts. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's got a real fluidity.
Yes, yeah. It's simple and easy to wear and simple and easy to make as well. So even for I get a lot of people on my Business Academy course who say, I'm not very experienced as a jewellery maker, you know, I'm not technically skilled, and they're a bit concerned about whether their designs will sell. And this is just an example that you don't have to be particularly skilled. It is, you know, one of, you know, I've taken...
it's exquisite, I love this.
I've taken inspiration from Mark.
Right, okay. He's our chips and nuggets expert.
Chips and nuggets.
He's doing a chips and nuggets workshop now. I think it's supposed to finish at 5 p.m. They're still all in there, working away. Is that correct? He never finishes them. There you go, look. They're still creating chips and nuggets jewellery. That's passion for you. I should just say, my producer is passionate about one thing and one thing only, and that is giving you the best price on the market. He's just taken this down to $6.95.
Wow.
I mean, how much would you expect to get for that bracelet? I mean, the
would
finish
be
is
looking
beautiful.
a minimum of £20.
Right.
It's Peridot.
Yeah.
Peridot is very prestigious, and I decided to use, well, not the entire strand of Peridot.
Right.
About 2/3 of the strand.
Love it.
But the whole strand of the
Tourmaline.
Tourmaline.
Wow.
And as you know, we said earlier that sometimes black can be a little bit harsh for some skin tones, but the Peridot can also be a little bit acidic for some skin tones. So combining the two is beautiful.
Yeah.
It just gives that blend and balance.
Yeah.
It's a winter colour, it's also a springtime colour.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. I love that.
We saw somebody on the show recently who was wearing a peridot green and black dress. I can't remember who it was now. It was one of our designers. That's going to annoy me. $6.95 should be $9.90. We've taken it down to $6.95. That's a fantastic design, Angela. Thank you so much. Sorry, I've got to run over here and grab this design as well, because this is what Angela's done with the other half of the peridot strand, and this is another of Mark's classic combinations, isn't it? Peridot and pearls. Yeah. And he says it's his biggest seller on his craft fair, in fact. Oh wow, look at that for a combination. Peridot and pearls. Beautiful.
And I think it gives people the opportunity who perhaps couldn't or felt that they couldn't own pearls to actually own pearls within an affordable design.
Perfect. And it's a great way to justify the price points that you want to achieve, because you're not putting lots and lots of pearls in.
That's right.
Okay, I'm going to have to leave that one with you, I'm afraid. It's flying out the door at just $6.95. We're going to move on. We've got another deal. What we've got coming up at the top of the hour is our next star buy. It's the, is it this Macrame? Okay. Where is it, sorry? Oh, okay, cool. So it's the Macrame findings and the cord. Brilliant. So you get the purples, the blues and the red of the cord, and you get the little Kumihimo or Macrame findings. So there you go, perfect for some of our most popular disciplines. Of course, Mark's also our Macrame expert. There you go. Okay, we're going to move on. Where are we going to? Okay. Is this gold-plated sterling silver findings? Oh, where's the tweezers gone to? Oh, I didn't put them there, did I? No, I didn't. I'm losing it. Here we go. So gold-plated 925 sterling silver. Again, this is I would say our most prestigious metal that we sell here at JewelleryMaker. Gold-plated sterling silver. Another opportunity for you to set yourself apart from other jewellery designers and showcase your skills as an elite designer as opposed to a kind of homemade crafter. Does that make sense? I hope that does. 41 pieces of gold-plated sterling silver. You get 2 pairs of your shepherd hooks. You get your head pins, your eye pins. You get 3 bolt ring clasps with your jump rings. You also get 3 of the larger jump rings, which are 8mm in size, as well as 10 of your crimp beads. So this is the creme de la creme. This may be for your personal commissions, the gold-plated sterling silver, or of course if one of your customers requests the prestige of gold-plated sterling silver within your designs, maybe for a special piece, maybe one of those Valentine's commissions I was talking about. Somebody's maybe asked a jewellery maker to create something for the special someone in their life. That could be a good idea, couldn't it? Gold-plated sterling silver, 41 pieces in total. And currently, this is the price on this particular item. I told you this was a ridiculous price point. I know why. And my name's attached to it, but it's not my fault. I know. Everybody, every time I've had it in my hand, somebody's decided, oh, we better honour the price you did on New Year's Day, Ed. It's from $14.95 down to $7.95. I know what happened. I can explain what happened. My producer's not impressed with this price point for gold-plated sterling silver. I'll tell you what happened. Basically, on New Year's Day, everybody arrived a little bit lackadaisical, a little bit tired from partying. Not me. I was here on New Year's Eve until 9:30. I was back in the door at 7:30 p.m. I only had time to cycle home, eat, sleep and come back.
Wow.
For the morning show. But everybody else was a little bit sleepy. And I think the producer went a little bit lower than they meant to. In fact, I remember the shock on producer Dee's face when she was like, oh, I don't think I meant to do that. Is this gold-plated sterling silver? And then, of course, now my face is associated with this price point for gold-plated sterling silver. Who do you think gets the blame for these things, huh? Unbelievable. Why do you think I'm being moved? There you go. Down to $7.95. Anytime we offer you the chance to add gold-plated sterling silver to your collection, I would come flying through for this one. But at this clearance price of $7.95, it is unthinkable that we've taken it that low, or that we'll be able to go to that price point ever again. I mean, you've got your basic furniture here, haven't you? You've got everything you need to create maybe 2 suites of jewellery, I would say, but in gold-plated sterling silver. $7.95. Wow, there you go. You can see all the designers who are successful in potentially gaining professional commissions, maybe even bridal jewellery, coming through to grab 2 of those. So Anne's got 2, Trina's got 2, Alison's got 2, Eva's got 2. If you do want to take advantage of that deal, it will only be available at that price for the next 60 minutes. Taking it down from $14.95 down to $7.95. Absolutely unheard of. Well, not unheard of actually. But until New Year's Day this year, I definitely wouldn't have expected to see it. But we are going to honour it because we did it this month. So one of the last few opportunities to get that at that price, because I'm guessing that on the 1st of February there's going to be a strongly worded email sent round to the producers saying, please don't devalue precious metals like gold-plated sterling silver. Okay, I'm going to leave that one with you. Oh, it's already been sent round apparently. There you go. We're going to move on. Where to, sorry? Okay. Ooh. Is this obsidian? Oh my word. Hold on, I've just seen some asterism. No. This is going to be... Is this black star dioxide? I'll be honest, I don't think we're going to have time to turn the lights out and get a torch out. We've only got 13 opportunities. 13 lucky people are going to get the opportunity to grab one of the rarest varieties of diopside on the planet. Probably the other commercially popular variety of diopside after chrome diopside, I would say. I mean, look at that. Look at the little star. Now, I've got something like 18 different light sources bouncing off the gemstone, so you're not getting the definition, if you like, of the 5-pointed star. But if we did darken the studio and we got a little... Is what? Sorry to get shocked, but I just heard the price point. 65 carats. Are you sure about this? There it is. 25p a carat. Angela, you've been selling... Angela's actually laughing at the price. She can't believe what she's seeing.
I have a star diopside ring, and it is... I'm mesmerised. Absolutely mesmerised by it. It is absolutely superb. Mother Nature produces the most wonderful effects.
She does.
And I just love my ring.
That is incredible. I can't believe that. Is it coming through? Definitely, yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Look at that. That is not, you know, that's not camera trickery. As Angela rightly said, Mother Nature's put that. Ah, there we go. We've got a little
beautiful
a recording of the torch shining there. That's in the dark, and you can see that beautiful asterism. Wow. I'm actually mesmerised by the price point. It's $14.95 for 65 carats of black star diopside. That is seriously rare. That is not a gemstone that you'd expect to see here on JewelleryMaker, let alone for under £20. I'm shocked by that. Look at that. That's amazing. Okay, we have only got single figures of availability. There is a lot of people showing an interest at JewelleryMaker.com. If you've got that in your basket, trust me, you will not be disappointed when you get that home. Congratulations to Trina, Jania, Karen, Anne. We've also got buyers in the West Midlands. Diane's texted in to say, I have the black star upside and they are simply gorgeous. Love, love, love mine. They get $14.95 for 65 carats of black star upside. That is mind-boggling in terms of the quality. The price point, in fact, even the opportunity to bring that to you is a little bit exciting. I'm amazed by that. Okay, it looks to me like that's going to be a sellout, because if everybody was to check out the baskets, it'd be gone, and there's still people coming through on the free phone line. We're going to move on. Are we doing these gorgeous agates? These are, again, very, very popular here at JewelleryMaker. Of course, every single gemstone is completely unique, highly individual, thanks to the gorgeous banding. We're looking at these beautiful colour tones again, aren't we? Those blues that people fall in love with so much. I mean, these could each be potentially a pendant. In fact, you could do your kind of wire-wrapped pendant designs, couldn't you, that Laura Binding has made so popular. In fact, you could even use them as cabochons within your designs. You've got the drill hole, so you could anchor it using that and then work around it with that kind of idea.
And for people like me, I mean, I'd love to have Laura's skill, I really would, but I'm not a technical expert with wire, but I would just simply put a head pin through the drill holes, create a loop on the top,
veil,
and thread some cord through that.
Gorgeous,
and you've got a beautiful pendant. And I can just imagine that in the summer with your white linens,
nice.
you know, your creams and your pastels. That, it's just beautiful. It just reminds me of holidays, doesn't it? And
I
sunshine.
Like
I love that.
Yeah, actually, the the kind of textured finish, the variation in the colour tones, almost like, you know, when you're coming into land and you can see the different
the
colours of the sea.
seas.
Do you like that?
On a hot summer's day, you know, a white maxi dress or light coloured maxi dress with one of those on a pendant. Beautiful.
Angela's already there. She's
I'm
pouring
there.
her sangria, aren't you, Angela?
I'm on the beach. Yeah, on the
There you
beach.
go. They're 30 by 20 millimetres is the smallest on the strand. They range up to 41 by 25, so very, very sizable. That's probably why, you know, Angela suggested keep your design simple, let the gemstone do the talking. You get 12 individual pieces on this strand.
And I think if you can wire wrap and do wonderful things with that, it's going to enhance the beauty of it. But if, like me, you can't, then just simply putting a bail on it, it's going to be beautiful.
Oh, so you could just sell this as an individual pendant that way, can't you?
Absolutely. Individual pendant.
You want to hear
beautiful.
the lads, the male producer and director in there, talking about long, flowy summer dresses. They're inspired. Oh, right, yeah. I've had that as a producer. The first time that you hear the phrase maxi dress, you think, what's a maxi dress? And then I heard the phrase, it's a long, flowing summer dress. So I just thought, what are they talking about in there? There you go. So everyone's being educated by Angela tonight, and he's about to teach everybody what the price point is. $11.95. So that's £1 a pendant. And each pendant on average is going to be representative of what? 25 carats, is that right? No, 50 carats.
Wow. That is value for money. That is real value. You know, I would be, you know, when people come on my course and they ask me how much would I sell a pendant like that for, absolute minimum £10.
£10 for the pendant.
An absolute minimum. And that is just, you know, your simplest design, you know, tiny little bail, bit of ribbon cord, £10, beautiful.
Can I just...
And if you're going to, embellish it with more, you know, with your wire work, and you're going to, you know, put tassels on it, and obviously that's going to increase the price.
Build value into the design,
absolutely,
doesn't it?
but absolute minimum £10. So that is phenomenal.
So you get 12 individual pieces for £12. I just want to show you this, just to annoy Sam, because she's on cameras. Look, Sam, druzy. Did you see the little bit of druzy there? Sam's on cameras tonight. She's a jewellery maker. She loves druzy. $11.95. Lots of people coming through for that one. Where are we going to next? Ooh, I told you. It's another Valentine's strand. This is for all the Valentine's pieces. This is where you're making a special piece of jewellery, I told you, for your anima gemella, for your soulmate. If you're making a piece of jewellery for somebody, you need amethyst for your Valentine's designs, don't you? 90 carats of amethyst, 6mm, perfectly faceted rounds. This is just, I would say, a staple for every single jewellery maker's collection of gemstones. 90 carats of amethyst, faceted 6mm rounds. In fact, when we talk about versatility, we're about to do that macrame bundle, 6mm faceted rounds. Look at that, that's coming up next, that macrame bundle. Perfect. 6mm faceted rounds, a must-have for all jewellery makers, because again, amethyst so well known. If you're selling your designs, or of course, as I say, if you're creating gifts for people, this is the kind of gemstone that people want to have in their collection. It's recognised on the high street. 90 carats of amethyst, and again, you're getting that gorgeous sparkle from the way it's been faceted. Literally, we're just ticking boxes for designers here, aren't we? 90 carats for the add it to your order price of $7.95. $7.95. As I say, 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker. It runs from midnight to midnight. Wow. There you go. You can see all the regular jewellery makers, people who maybe traditionally sell their designs or traditionally create gifts, maybe as a Valentine's favour. This is the one for you, isn't it? Because, of course, it's the gemstone of Valentine's. It's February's birthstone. People are multi-buying this, left, right and centre, and it's all because of that gorgeous sparkle that you get from the faceting, isn't it, Angela?
Yeah, I mean, that is right on so many levels. You know, you've got amethyst, which is February's birthstone. It's just beautiful. It's faceted, which is popular, and again, it's going to appeal to people who like glitz and sparkle and glamour like myself. I mean, I have so many people ask me for purple stones,
right?
And even if they can't remember the word amethyst, they know
it triggers something.
That's right.
Yeah.
You know, so as I say, it's a must-have.
Ah, so that's interesting. It's a mistake. Well, this is what we do here at the Genuine Gemstone. We bring you those must-have gemstones at very, very affordable prices. But I see what you're saying there. People who have some sort of affiliation with jewellery, they're not quite sure maybe the name of the gemstones, but they're requesting a purple gemstone because they've seen amethyst so often.
That's right. And I love the 6mm size, because what I tend to do a lot is little charms. So I would, with 6mm is perfect, I would just put one bead on a head pin and put a ball-ring clasp on it.
Love it.
And sell that as a separate charm.
A little charm.
So if people then want to purchase a charm to go on a necklace or as part of a collection or clip on a bracelet, it's perfect.
Because you've got a bolt-ring clasp, it will fit on maybe some of the more popular brands of charm bracelets. Regular viewers will know how I feel about the value that you get on the high street for charms. Let's just move past it. $7.95, a must-have. Congratulations if you're coming through for that. We're going to move on. A bundle. A quick bundle. Just to bring you the best possible value that we can, we've created lots and lots of bundles for this evening's show. So this is basically a star buy price, but you've still got your star buy to come. So it's just an extra special deal. So we've taken 3 individual strands, very, very complementary colour tones, kind of classic colour tones really for so many designers, the blacks and the reds, and we are actually going to challenge Angela to put together some inspirational designs for later in the show. Have a look at this. We've also, not only have we got that classic combination of colours, the blacks and the reds, but we've got a graduation in the sizes. So it makes your designs very, very coherent. Everyone's going to need faceted 6mm, faceted 8mm and faceted 10mm rounds, and that's exactly what you've got here. 6mm in your black quartzite, 8mm in your red quartzite and 10mm again in your black quartzite. Huge carat weights here as well, each strand over 150 carats in total. Something for every design scenario, or maybe you do want to create that showcase piece, and this is going to be very, I would say, kind of hard hitting if you like, because you've got the blacks and the reds. They're very contrasting colour tones, aren't they? Very popular. Now, if you were to buy the 3 strands individually any other time, they'd be $12.85. Already amazing value. But we're not staying there. We are going to give you an incredible price point this evening. We're going to give you a late show bundle price point, a wholesale deal for 3 strands of gemstones, 10mm, 8mm and 6mm rounds, faceted to perfection for $7.95. It's an add it to your order deal. This is the kind of opportunity that we're going to bring you right up until 9 PM this evening. The chance to, I suppose, make the most of your 1 P&P per day, but also to expand your collection of gemstones. So you've got 10mm faceted rounds, which I suppose are a staple because they become a bit more of a statement gemstone within your designs. Then you've got the 8mm rounds, which I think are probably the most used cut within jewellery design, certainly for beginners. And then you've got the 6mm rounds, which go into so many different disciplines, whether it is macrame or wire work, for example. 6mm rounds a must-have. $7.95, unheard of. That's the best part of £5 back in your pocket. Should be $12.85, down to $7.95. Can't say fair on that, can you, Angela?
It's just fabulous. I mean, I'm working with it now, and I just, again, looking at what you've got on the desk, the sparkle coming off that is stunning. It's classic. It's classic, black and red. You know, you can't go wrong.
Goes with your outfit this evening, in fact.
Absolutely.
Angela. There you go. Well, that's the perfect indication If Angela's rocking it, get on the phone lines. Should be £12.85, down to £7.95. It's not just the colour combination for me, it's the fantastic sparkle and lustre you get from the huge number of facets on every gemstone.
Yeah, it's
Gorgeous.
very retro.
Yes.
Very retro, you know, very vintage. It's very in. You can't go wrong with blacks and reds.
No.
Just can't.
Exactly. Classic combination. Perfect for all designers. Add that to your order right now and make the most of your 1 P&P per day. We are going to move on, and when we return, another star buy opportunity, including those cords, which is a macrame / kumihimo opportunity. Don't move a muscle. We'll be back in 2.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
I've really enjoyed today. I've been on the resin course with Fiona Potter, something I've never tried before, and was wary of having a go because it seemed a bit sort of chemically in science, you know. But today, yeah, definitely, and I'm confident that I can do it at home now.
Join guest designer Rachel Norris on her Artisan Earrings DVD. Get creating stunning designs in no time at all through the fantastic tuition from Rachel. The easy to follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and experience many different techniques specifically designed for creating earrings. This DVD covers how to make your own findings, Aztec, Art Deco and Aphrodite earrings. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on a creative journey building face canes from polymer clay. Debbie will guide you through the different stages of how to build each part of the face. Then you will focus on adding detail and character to your piece. Get creative and make personalised designs with this exciting workshop. The full course includes a block of ecru and translucent polymer clay, an array of polymer clay colours to add detail, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker, and you've tuned in at the exact right time because we're about to bring you another star buy deal, this time described as a macrame special, although it'd be perfect for kumihimo designers as well because you've got these specific findings designed for your kumihimo and your macrame designs, because you've got the ribbon cord endings. You get those in 4 different sizes, and you've also got your bell-shaped clasps also coming to you in 4 different sizes. So these are all gold plated findings, and as I said, they graduate up in the sizes, and same applies for your ribbon cord endings. Absolutely perfect. Not only that, but we've also given you this fantastic cord. We've got the ruby red cord, the purple amethyst cord, and the blue apatite cord. They're my colour classifications for them, but they are definitely appropriate. That's the only way to describe those colours, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. So you've got 10 metres of your woven cord. It's 1 mil in gauge. Probably 3 of the most popular colour tones, I would say, for these kind of designs. Your reds, your purples and your blues. Along with your gold-plated findings. I'll just show you. These are very sizable ribbon cordings. Look at that. Perfect way to complete a kumihimo or macrame design, isn't it? Wouldn't you say? Gives it that professional finish. These are the kind of items which sometimes do get construed as kind of craft work, don't they? Because everyone remembers creating sort of friendship bracelets and what have you when they were younger. But when you've given it a professional finish, when you've used gold-plated findings, that's what elevates it onto the next level. Would you go along with that, Angela?
Oh, definitely, definitely. I absolutely love those findings. One for the cord, but another thing that I do is I actually take it apart and use the S clasp.
Yes.
For bracelets, but also for earrings. You can make very simple, put a jump ring on it, put a shepherd hook on it. You could dangle, gemstones from the bottom. I love it. I think they're fabulous.
Perfect. Well, you've got the length of chain there on your ribbon cord endings as well as your bell-shaped clasp. So you've got the options there. Never kind of allow yourself to be pigeonholed by the intended use of the finding. I think some of the most innovative designs we've actually seen here on JewelleryMaker have been when designers have taken findings in a new direction. And the ribbon cord endings, incidentally, are the pieces that Deb Rudge used to create the kind of shoulders of her ring designs as well, aren't they? So there are lots of different versatile looks with those findings. You've also got 30 metres of your cord there, 10 blue, 10 purple, 10 red, currently available for $16.80. That is not going to be our star buy price this evening. We're going to take this down to Bargain Town. Gold-plated findings, 10 metres of each woven cord. And this is fantastic. In fact, this is like a... Oh, it's $9.95. Even lower than I was expecting on that particular deal. And I have to say, I think it was Mark who described this cord to me as almost a cross between the satin cord and the S-long cord, because it's got a lot of strength when you're putting together your macrame weaves, for example, but it has that beautiful sheen that we associate with the more higher end satin cord. So it's pretty much ticking every box for you, that woven cord. It's perfect. 30 metres in total, along with your gold-plated findings. There's everything you're going to get, and it's available this evening for under £10. Should be $16.80. We've taken it down to $9.95. Normally, the findings are $7.95 alone, so that means you're getting 30 metres of that beautiful and yet very strong woven cord for essentially £2 as part of this deal. That's amazing, isn't it?
That's very good.
Awesome opportunity. Should be $16.80, down to $9.95. Lots and lots of people coming through for this one, as you'd expect, really, because I think macrame and kumihimo are the two disciplines which maybe are starting to rival the popularity of wire work, which we know is our favourite discipline because of your voting at the end of year awards here on JewelleryMaker. Wire work won the day, but macrame and kumihimo are definitely starting to take a little bit of focus away from there. I was on the morning show with Mark last Friday, and he was saying that he now has his own specific kumihimo box because he's fallen in love with that discipline so much, and this would be perfect. In fact, how about for kumihimo artists, this is coming up a little bit later in the show. This is your seed beads. Again, coming to you in those kind of warm and yet primary colour tones, all faceted 2mm seed beads. They're coming up a little bit later in the show. In fact, are these coming up around about 6:30 p.m? Is that right? Yeah, so these are coming up in 20 minutes time. So anybody who is interested in kumihimo, those could be the stones for you, or micro macrame, of course. So they're coming up very, very soon. In fact, we're going to give you another star buy right now. Messing around. These ones. This is one of my favourite pearl combinations I think I've ever seen. Double figures of availability only, I'm afraid. This is absolutely out of this world. We've already seen the combination of colours a few times already this evening for the spring, for the summer, those nautical looks, but in the luxury of pearls. I mean, look at this. The perfect pair. The perfect pair. Those are described as violet Keshi pearls, but I have to say, they're, for my money, kind of like a royal blue or an electric blue, as opposed to violet. You do get purple pearlescence on the surface of the gemstone, so you can see where the violet tones are coming from, but that is just out of this world, wouldn't you say, Angela?
Definitely. That is a beautiful combination, absolutely stunning. With summer coming up and spring, blue and white,
Can't go
classic.
wrong. Yeah, absolutely. That's what when you look at that colour combination, that's where your mind goes, isn't it? But the luxury of pearls here, very, very sought after here at JewelleryMaker. I have to say, these are huge Keshi pearls, and they're a little more regular than we're used to seeing in our Keshi pearls as well. They're almost oval shaped as opposed to the very organic shapes that we sometimes get. These are perfect. Oh wow, lots and lots of people flying through for this particular deal. We know pearls are popular. We know the quality of the cultured pearls that we bring you here at JewelleryMaker are out of this world for the kind of value we offer you. And there seems to be a little bit of deliberation going on. My producer's saying he's going to take this to a ridiculous low. Should be, or rather would be, $16.90 any other time. We're going to take it under £10 for 2 strands. This was not the intended price point for this bundle, I have to tell you. My producer's decided to overrule the executive producer. Did she just leave to go home? She might not have made it to her car yet, so I think she's going to be bursting back into the gallery any second. I know that she put this together because it's the first thing she told me today when I arrived in the office. She was very proud of this bundle. So expect an email, a strongly worded email tomorrow morning, producer Leo. This was not the intended price as set by the executive producer of the channel, and yet, as she is making her way across the car park, she's been overruled by my producer, has taken 2 strands of pearls to $9.95, $4.98 per strand. And can I just say, these are luxury pearls anywhere else in the industry because they're 11 by 9 millimeters in size. Look at those, they are spectacular, aren't they? You'd be happy to pay $9.95 for that strand any other time. But this evening we've put them together with these fantastic, do you know what I'm going to call these actually? Tanzanite coloured pearls. Those are the colour tones that I'm getting on this strand. I'm getting the royal blues, the purples, even the pink tones are coming through in the pearlescence. That is, so Tanzanite Keshi pearls and white Baroque pearls for $9.95. So many people multi-buying this particular deal. I mean, that is a must-have. Again, bridal commissions, I'm thinking. You've got the bridesmaids and the bride sorted there. Maybe the mother of the bride. The blues and the whites together. Fantastic. Okay, $9.95, a double star buy deal. Gonna have to leave that one with you. We're gonna move on. We've got a lot to fit in before 9 PM. Where are we going to? Actually, can I just show people another pearl opportunity that's coming up later in the show? Have a look at this. It is exquisite. Perfect rounds of rubies, gorgeous cultured white pearls, bundled together at a clearance deal. I've already seen Angela's incredible design with this one. This is one that took your fancy earlier on today.
That was the first set of gems that I decided to work with this evening. It is absolutely awesome.
It is gorgeous, isn't it?
Awesome.
Amazing opportunity. That's coming up at, just to check, about 7:30 PM. There we go. Okay, we're going to move on. Right. It's everyone's favourite new section of the Late Show. Oh, you can definitely, new to me, you can definitely do this with Vicky, because everything's going to be new to her. You're going to read, oh, maybe, we don't know. In fact, have we had any text messages from our audience telling us what new sections they'd like to see on the Late Show when Vicky joins? We'll have a little look at those. Basically, because this is my penultimate show on the Late Show. We want you to text in what new features you'd like to see on the Late Show. So text in the number 60777. Start your text in the phrase James Studio. Alternatively, you can message in on the web text box, so you can't go wrong. Okay, we're going to kick off with these beautiful carved black agates. Little floral carvings. They almost look like beautiful little roses in bloom, or maybe little lotus flowers, that kind of effect. Actually, it's not as easy to see the detailing with the studio lighting because of that jet black tone. Oh, actually, there you go, clues in the title. They are intended to be lotus flowers. There you go, but I was in tune there because I did say that. 10mm rounds. You can see the carvings. When you see them in the flesh, they're fantastic. I almost think they have a kind of tribalistic feel to them. That's the way I interpret them. But you know, what are you going to do with your 200 carats of black agate carved lotus flowers? These are all hand carved, and I suppose again we were talking earlier about passion coming through within your designs. This really shows desirability to your customers, and it shows the amount of attention to detail that's gone into this gemstone, from mining to the lapidary work, and then the way that you integrate them into your design is going to really, I think, bring an extra je ne sais quoi to the piece. Okay, 200 carats of black agate carved lotus flowers, and we're going to bring them to you and add it to your order price as always here on the Late Show. Wow, $9.95. Again, when you think about the amount of work that's gone into that, in fact, how about alongside that pearl bundle? That was just $9.95. Look at that. You like that, Angela?
I think that's beautiful. As you say, the carvings on that strand,
they're exquisite, aren't they?
It's exquisite.
It really does go to show, it almost showcases the talents of the lapidarist, and then depending on how you integrate it into your design, it's going to take it onto that next level again, isn't it?
Absolutely. And with something like that, because it's so exquisite, you even just having one within your design or one within a pair of earrings is going to get your customers talking. And if you're giving it as a gift to your loved ones, I'm sure they're going to be sitting there admiring, thinking, how did you do that?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're quite right.
It's a talking point, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's going to attract a lot of attention. They're flying out at $9.95 as you'd expect. So if you've got them in your basket, you know what to do. Start checking out to avoid disappointment. 200 carats of carved lotus flower black agates. We're going to move on. Really? I'm so excited about this strand. I only have single figures of availability, so how many exactly? Let's just... Okay, 6 lucky people are about to have the opportunity to own the most prestigious variety of topaz available on the market. And I'm going to say that categorically because in my experience, London Blue Topaz has always gained the highest price points on the market. I mean, of course, it's a judgment call depending on what you like, and I don't know that it's you know, going to have that effect forever. There may be other varieties of topaz that are considered to be very sought after, but in my experience, London Blue Topaz has always been some of the highest price points that I know of, and it tends to hold the greatest amount of gravitas. I mean, they're faceted droplets. They range in size. It's very subtle graduation, 8x4 to 9x5. I'm thinking earring designs, all pendants. Just keep it subtle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 on this particular strand. That is an approximation, of course. Hold on a second. That means that you're getting over a carat of London Blue Topaz on every single stone on average. Do your own research. Have a look at the kind of price points that people will pay for London Blue Topaz. Traditionally, this variety of topaz won't be set into 925 sterling silver by, you know, elite designers. It will be set into 9 carat gold. I mean, actually, from the kind of larger design houses, it is traditionally accented with diamonds because it's so difficult to get hold of London Blue Topaz. So rare and yet so well known compared to other varieties. We see a lot of Swiss Blue Topaz, for example, and it's much easier to source that. London Blue Topaz tends to carry an elite price point. It tends to be associated with elite jewellery design. Half the stock's already been allocated. In fact, somebody's grabbed 2 strands of this. Trust me, you will not be disappointed, and who knows how long it will be before I can bring you this gemstone again. It's very few and far between the chances to bring you this. 20 carats in total. Should be $54.95. I can tell you this evening we are going to honour the launch price. So anybody who missed out on the original launch of this particular strand, we are going to give you a second bite of the cherry. We are going to take it down to the original launch price this evening. Congratulations if you'd already come through. $49.95 for 20 carats of London blue topaz in your faceted drops. A good point. In fact, somebody just multi-bought this, so they've just made a £10 saving on their order. Down to the final 2 strands now, $49.95. I realise that, you know, in your mind that might be a little more of a considered price compared to some of the gemstones that we see here at JewelleryMaker, but it's all relative, isn't it? And to get London blue topaz for that price point, for me, is utterly ridiculous. I mean, I have sold London blue topaz jewellery designs for high 3-figure sums when I was a producer on Gems TV, and I have to say, this is jewellery quality London blue topaz. Perfect clarity, gorgeous faceting, and that colour tone, which is said to emulate the midnight skies of London. That's where we get the colour name from. Okay, there are some people showing interest in that particular strand. If you want to add it to your order, don't forget you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you're not obligated to keep it. If it doesn't suit your design, send it back, but can't see too many people sending that back at $49.95. We are going to move on, and we're going to bring you another gorgeous blue gemstone, this time with an optical effect. It's gorgeous tiger's eye. Spectacular really, because you've got this gorgeous chatoyancy, this electric blue shimmer on the surface of the gemstone. Classic marquise cut here, 12 by 6 millimeters in size, so twice the length as it is diameter. Gorgeous chatoyancy here. And I don't think I've ever seen this strand before. In fact, it's new to me. I don't know why we find such hilarity in that, but it's, you know, we haven't done this section very often, so it's new to us. That made Pete laugh, actually. There you go. 60 carats of blue tiger's eye marquise cuts, 12 by 6 mil. This has proved to be extremely popular here at JewelleryMaker. Of course, this is fantastic for feminine designs and masculine designs, because you've got the chatoyancy and you've got those gorgeous combination of colours between the royal blues and the electric blues in the chatoyancy. I love it. Okay, 60 carats in total, and here comes your price point. It's new to me. It's $8.95 for 60 carats. It's another add it to your order price this evening. We've already discussed the popularity of blue gemstones here on The Late Show, so if you want to grab this particular strand, you need to be coming through on that free phone number as quickly as possible. Maybe you've already got an order up and running, you've paid your $2.95. That will take you right up until midnight this evening, and you can add this to your order for just $8.95. Another great addition to your collection. We're going to move on. I fell in love with this strand as soon as I set eyes on it today. It's just out of this world. It's my favourite variety of sapphire in terms of the colour tone, from probably one of the most interesting locations to get sapphire from. It's really interesting because we haven't had a long time to actually source sapphires from this region. Songea sapphire comes from Tanzania. Of course, it's a very gem-rich region within the world. There's a kind of rock valley that runs from the north to the south of the country, and at some parts it's 300 kilometres wide. And we find, of course, tanzanite within that particular stretch. We find Tuleli garnet, as we learned on the Gems TV documentary on ITV. We discovered in around about, I think it was kind of the 90s, that we could also source sapphires in this region, and yet, you know, there's not huge amounts of sapphires coming out of that region, but when we do find them, they tend to be particularly beautiful. And Songhia sapphire here, I mean, look at that. 20 carats of beautiful canary sapphires from that very, very prestigious location. How about alongside your London Blue Topaz? Oh yes, look at that. You can't go wrong with that, can you, Angela?
Definitely not.
Am I talking your language now?
That is just beautiful, and I love the sapphires. That's, for me, that's just the colour of the sun.
Yes.
It just emanates warmth. It's beautiful. I love that.
Like a buttercup yellow,
yeah.
isn't it?
And even with your pearls, putting it with pearls.
Funnily enough, that's the first thing I did when I saw this strand
It's beautiful.
earlier today. I've got these beautiful golden pearls coming up later in the hour. Look at that. My executive producer described this as golden shimmer.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, I thought you hadn't heard that at the time. Yeah, I think it's a great name, isn't it? It could be almost be a bundle name. There you go. I mean, I think I was talking about this on Sunday again, because I think traditionally people associate sapphires with maybe blues, maybe kind of like the London Blue Topaz kind of blues. But you get blue sapphires all over the world. Wherever we do source sapphires, you see blue sapphires. We see lots of different blue gemstones, don't we? Tanzanite, kyanite, for example. But I can't think of too many gemstones that have the prestige of one of the big four that come in this colour tone. The only other gemstone I can really associate with is kind of vivid yellow diamonds. And of course, the price point for canary diamonds is totally nonsensical, really. I mean, they are beautiful, but I just love canary sapphires. They're just gorgeous, aren't they? It's like, in fact, it's like probably the way you described it. It's a sunshine yellow.
Yeah. It's sun, sand, and Songhia sapphire.
Yes. I'm having that, Angela. Sun, sand and Songhia sapphires. They're subtle variation in the size from 2x1 mil to 3x1 mil. What? Should be price. Okay. I didn't know this, but we're going to honour the launch price. Down to $27.95 from $34.95. $27.95 for Songhia Canary Sapphires. Was it? Should we dub him in? Do it. Sales manager Scott was producing, and he offered you this ridiculous launch price. Oh no! He's my boss next week! Sorry, Scott. We've just taken this down from $34.95 to $27.95. That is unheard of, surely, for this strand of Songhia sapphire. Well, in fact, it's not. This was the original launch price, but one thing it is.
That's new to me.
It's new to me. Quite right, Pete. It's new to me.
Is that new to you?
That's new to me. That's right. That's only available at that price for the next 60 minutes, and only because I think, you know, sales manager Scott had been dialed at short notice to come and produce the morning show. So there you go. Okay, we're going to move on. Actually, we're going to stick with beautiful sapphires. Ooh. Wow, is all I can say about this particular strand. Really? Start dialing the free phone number immediately if you have an interest in owning any of the big four. In fact, I would say gemological collectors, start dialing now. You've got multicoloured sapphire here. It's all the kind of tutti frutti colour tones. You've got beautiful canary sapphires on there. You've got padaparacha colour tones coming through. You've even got rubies on this strand. And this, unbelievably, for 15 carats of multicoloured sapphire, is going to under £25. Start dialing the free phone number. I only have I only had 16 opportunities available on this. They're already being allocated to people's orders. It's because the price point this evening, and for the last 16 in stock, is $19.95. And this is the one that you and Martha were kind of cooing over while I was admiring the canary sapphires, because that's my favourite. You guys were drawn by this one. Is it the variation in the colours that you think caught your imagination, producer Liam? Oh, we do know that, yeah, you like the kind of mandarin colour tones, don't you? You like those bright colour tones in your gemstones, and you've got those on this strand as well, kind of almost mandarin garnet orange tones, rich ruby reds, hot pinks, canary colour tones as well. There's something almost confectionery-like about these sapphires. Maybe it's the sparkle. They look like they've been sugared the way they've been faceted. They are absolutely fantastic. They are going to bring serious glamour to your designs, aren't they? Because the way they've been faceted and the combination of colours. I mean, you can't go wrong with that strand of sapphires, can you? How about if you've got some blue sapphires and you could actually interspace the blue sapphires and the kind of brightly coloured sapphires on one design? I love that idea.
That'd be fabulous.
This is the kind of strand that I think Jan would put alongside the pearls in her designs, isn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Really?
Perfect with your pearls.
Oh,
Perfect.
actually, the ruby and pearl, because you've got rubies in the smaller rondelles as well. Oh, what about that as a combination?
Beautiful that is. Very high end, beautiful.
Sapphires, rubies and pearls. Well,
Yeah,
that's a
can't
winner,
go
isn't
wrong.
it? That is a serious winner. Okay, there's so many people adding that to their basket. So Claire, Trishelle, Zulfkla, and Deborah, if you've got that in your basket, you need to check out, because they've also got people coming through on the free phone number. Don't forget as well to get involved with the show tonight, because these are all new to me. But we want to know what new segments you want added to the late show, because this is my penultimate late show before I move on to the designer inspiration show. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, who said that? Okay, somebody's suggesting that we have a focus on tools every now and then. It's come through
That's a
from
great
Nicola.
idea.
I think there should be a tools hour. Oh, tools hour. Don't know about that, because a lot of the tools you see are dedicated to the Designer Inspiration Show so that we can demonstrate them more adequately. But my producer's saying he'll do everything in his power to get more tools into the show, but a tools hour might be a bit too much. But there you go, great suggestion from Nicola. My producer will do what he can. Like that. Cool. Oh, really? Tell you what, time flies when you're having fun, Angela.
Certainly does.
It's star by time.
Wow.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Sorry for my unprofessional behaviour there in chuckling as we came back. I just heard my producer and director in rather beautiful harmony singing "Hold Me Closer, Tiny Gemstones," and it's quite applicable because we're about to bring you a collection of your 2mm faceted seed beads. So perfect for so many different disciplines. I mean, they could just be used as very delicate accent gemstones for classic beaders, maybe beady beads even. But I know for a fact that soutache designers, macrame designers, and of course kumihimo artists are going to want to grab this, so they're going to be popular. It is very impressive. As well, you've got all of the colour tones you would be looking for as a designer as well, I would say. Angela's looking over here enviously.
Yeah, the colours are lush.
They're remarkable, aren't they? I'd actually, yeah, you could almost do a kumihimo braid just using the gemstones, couldn't you? It's gorgeous. So you've got your baby pink, your royal blue. This is described as dusky pink. It's almost like a peach tone, really. Jet black. Then you've got two strands of orange, one of which is kind of a solid tangerine tone, the other of which has kind of golden variations in the colour, and then you've got your ruby red colour tone there. So these are all strands of quartzite and agate in your 2mm faceted rounds. You can imagine just how difficult it is and how intricate it is to actually facet a 2mm round. I mean, this is going to have been probably passed over to one of our most experienced lapidarists to create. A lot of wastage involved in creating these more delicate cuts. As a result, you get a remarkable effect within your designs, don't you? I mean, as I say, used to great effect in Kumihimo to frame your cabochons in the soutache designs with a faceted round. That is really impressive, isn't it? I'm thinking the jet black one alongside some of your cabochons would look amazing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think using those as you said earlier, beady beads, and then using those beady beads then as spacers, I think are beautiful.
I'm just going to grab a design actually from up here because I saw one. Is that right? I'm thinking you could even use it as something like this because
yeah,
Fleur created these little kind of like beady beads on, almost like little mini stretchies as features within the design. You could easily do something like that with them, couldn't you?
Yeah, it was exactly that I was thinking of.
There you go, yeah.
And even, you know, to give it that really fun, funky look, mixing the combination of colours together.
Yes.
So you, on one beady bead, you would then have the blend of all the colours, and that'll be really fun and funky, young and vibrant.
So many different combinations that'll work here as well. The pinks, the reds, the blacks, the orange and peach tones all coming through. They're all going to look so gorgeous and complement one another. In fact, I'll do a little twist so we can see. Oh yes, look at that. They're so gorgeous,
lovely.
Aren't they?
Beautiful.
So 7 strands of 2mm faceted rounds. So much sort of play of light, so much brilliance coming through on those. Look at the lustre on those black agates. Those are incredible, aren't they? If you do want to get involved with this deal, you know what to do. You've got to be dialing that free phone number. It is proving to be extremely popular with a lot of our designers out there, whether they're classic beaders, Kumihimo artists, Macrame designers. Everyone's flying in for this one. If you were to buy them any other time, it'd be $28.65. That's the price point people can see. They're already coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. That's not our star buy price this evening. We're going to give you a saving of over £10 this evening for your seed beads. Down to $17.95, so it should be over £28. We've just taken it down to $17.95. That is hugely impressive and a massive saving there. So I know that Kumihimo is really popular, well, globally, not just here in the UK, because we get so many buyers coming through from the continent as well as the States. And I actually, I've stated this already on the show, I was talking to one of our designers over in New Jersey. She contacted me to tell me that my impression of a New Jersey accent was so-so, shall we say. And I asked, you know, how did you get involved with JewelleryMaker as a channel? How did you learn about us? And she said it was because she was a fan of Prue and her Kumihimo design. She's a Kumihimo artist, and so off the back of searching for Prue's YouTube demonstrations, she found JewelleryMaker. So there you go. Global company, and of course you can watch all of our demonstrations at JewelleryMaker.com. There's a lot of tutorial videos, or if you go to our YouTube channel, you can see all of our designers putting together their pieces. That represents a saving of over £10 for your 2mm faceted rounds. There you go. We've got another designer coming in, this time from California. I'm not surprised at that price. Should be $28.65, taking it down to $17.95. A whopping saving there on your 2mm faceted rounds. It will remain at that price for the next 60 minutes or while stocks last. So if you've got it in your basket, start checking out. We're going to move on. And now this is going to prove to be extremely popular. This is the mesh deal. I don't think I've got it out here, have I? Here we go. Thanks, Pete. Now I know that the mesh is always popular here at JewelleryMaker, and we had Gemma Crow on one of the shows at the end of last week doing their stuff with wire mesh, so everyone's already inspired. There was a deal earlier on today for wire mesh, which some people have grabbed. You know that here on the Late Show we go above and beyond. We're going to blow that deal out the water. Here we go. We're going to move on. No, it's time now for everyone's oldest favourite section of the show. If you miss it,
you miss out!
There you go. Right, okay. Okay, and here's one for Nicola. It's a tool within the Late Show. Can't go wrong. This is the double metal hole punch, so metal stampers. Start dialing now. Oh, we only have a limited number available. We've got the last of stock here on the Late Show. That's probably why we don't have a lot of tools featuring on the show, because whenever we bring these to air, they sell out instantly. And of course, it's our job on the Late Show to clear out the last of stock, so there's never any tools left over, as they're so popular. This has the two alternative sizes for your hole punch, your 1.6mm and the 2.4mm. So popular. Oh, there you go. I'll put it the right way around. That'll be helpful, won't it? So there you go, perfect. And don't forget, 1 P&P per day here, midnight to midnight. Doesn't matter how many items you want, it doesn't matter how heavy your items are. So even if you're just buying blocks of metal, it's still going to be just $2.95 per day. How many of these did you have, sorry? Ooh. We started with 25 in stock. We've already got fewer than 20 remaining. If you want to get hold of this, start dialing the free phone number right now, because of course if you miss it,
you miss out!
That's right, Pedro. Here we go, the double metal punch for the add it to your order price this evening of $8.95. And I've done metal stamping shows with Debbie Kershaw before, and she has told me that you can pay a pretty penny for the hole punches on the open market or from other suppliers, even online suppliers. She's found it hard to source these under £10, but $8.95. Add it to your order price point. Metal stamping's a great way to individualise your jewellery, isn't it, Angela?
It is. I've actually just recently bought.
Oh right, okay.
Bought that when Debbie was on the show with the metal stamping.
Yes, that was last week, wasn't it?
And I love metal stamping because it's a great opportunity to personalise your pieces for your customers, and
absolutely.
That is a great seller. People love that. Even if you're giving it as a gift to your loved ones, they love the fact that you've taken the time to personalise things. So it's a real investment, you know, for you know, the future for your crafting.
Have you heard my theory about metal stamping in craft fairs, Angela? I think it's good because it's noisy.
Yeah.
So if you make a lot of noise, people will be like, what's going on over there? And then they'll come over and see you.
Absolutely.
You like that?
Definitely.
My producer just said, anytime you get to make noise, you're happy. Pretty much. In fact, he told our boss off again earlier because I was talking to her so much. He said, can you just go away? You're such a distraction to me.
Oh dear.
I'm the naughty kid in class, aren't I? Oh, that's what he said. He said, you're a bad influence on him. Okay, we're moving on. Oh, I love these. I am absolutely in love with this strand of pearls. I'm thinking, normally, when we look at pearls, we think of bridal jewellery. We talk about it quite a lot, but I'm just thinking, when I see this strand, vintage jewellery, sort of boutique style jewellery, and prom jewellery, because they've got that golden tone to them. I mean, alongside these canary sapphires, that is a match made in heaven for me. I'll just put one of those in between. Gold-plated sterling silver clasp, which we already brought you at a clearance price. In fact, didn't we give everybody a £7 saving on gold-plated sterling silver findings? So you can put that saving towards these pearls, can't you? Oh, in fact, the findings are still available online for a few more minutes. Oh, for 60 seconds, in fact, I've just heard, for the findings. Make the saving on your gold-plated sterling silver findings and then apply it to these champagne cultured pearls. They're 8x7mm. For me, they're just gorgeous. It's one of the most impressive and luxurious strands of pearls I think I've ever seen. Perfect for so many different designs, but it all comes back, for me, to those kind of very classic vintage style looks.
Yeah, it's heirloom. It's an heirloom sort of piece, you know, with your top quality silver clasp. That is the sort of piece that's going to be handed down the family.
I love that. I love the idea of people you know, I've always had that kind of, as part of my education here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, that really the luxury of investing in jewellery or certainly buying jewellery designs is that they can be passed down to loved ones, because of course they last forever, unlike other items you might buy. But the idea of creating something for somebody and then it being passed down to people, that's actually a really powerful concept, actually, isn't it?
It is, and people will invest in something that they can pass down.
Yeah.
And as you say, it's got that vintage feel, and vintage is so in at the moment.
I like that. Vintage is so current.
Yeah, it is.
So many people flying in for this one. Again, people multi-buying left, right and centre. I only have a limited number, so if you miss it,
you miss out!
Let's have a look at the price point. $6.95. Wow. So the saving you made on your gold-plated sterling silver findings will get you this strand of champagne cultured pearls. Huge numbers of people already invested in that findings pack, so everybody who already saved that money is actually falling off. You can no longer get hold of that clearance deal. I told you, you've got to get in within 60 minutes. This is another deal that's only available for 60 minutes, so grab it while you can. Congratulations to Dawn's got 2, Yvette's got 2, Anne's got 2, Laura's got 2. If you want to grab this strand of pearls, you need to be getting involved. $6.95. Amazing. Okay, there's about 10 people who've got that in their basket. It is a last of stock opportunity, so you need to grab that while it is available. So miss it, miss out. We're moving on. Ooh. Ooh. I'm not going to do it, but how about this? You like that? You can't go wrong with that, can you? I like that. I said I wouldn't do it. Can't help myself. 80 carats of gorgeous Howlite here. I have to say, that is top quality Howlite. You'd expect to see that set into 9 carat gold elsewhere, wouldn't you? Cashmere blues, royal blues, violet tones, all coming through from that very, very impressive gemstone. Here's a question. I've got a good question for you. Pete, who discovered America?
It wasn't Christopher Columbus.
You're ruining the game. Have I already asked you this?
Yeah. I'm the same tech up.
Oh, I see. I didn't realise. I already asked him. It wasn't Christopher Columbus. Would you have said Christopher Columbus?
No.
I'm not playing QI with you like anymore, that's it. Certainly not the things I've already told you. It was a Viking who goes by the name of Ericsson, and he basically used Howlite to navigate his way across the high seas, and he landed in the Americas about 500 years before Christopher Columbus. So you could say that this gemstone is actually responsible for discovering the New World. I love that. Do you find that your craft fairs people like the kind of history and intrigue that surrounds
I mean,
gemstones?
it's great to build the rapport with people and share the story, because I always say that when you get to take the time to tell people some facts, it's great. But when you tell them a story,
yes,
they say facts tell, stories sell.
Oh, I like that.
And if you can tell a story and get people engaged, involved,
yeah,
they're going to love
them in,
that.
doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is what I always find, because you know I'm always honest with everybody here on the show, and I admit that when I first started working for the company, my passion was TV. I wanted to be a TV producer, and that's how I started on Gems TV. But you just get sucked into gemology. I find gemstones and the the history behind them so intriguing. It does just suck people in, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You know, and having a little card with a little story.
That's a nice
about
idea, isn't it?
So, you know, your customers can, you know, or your loved ones, whoever you're giving your pieces to, has got that. So you're educating people as well. And then when
knowledge is power.
Exactly. And when they're wearing it and people comment how beautiful it is, they'll then be telling that story.
Of course they will. That's the best part of it, isn't it? Because when people fall in love with a gemstone, you sort of pass the passion on for the gemstone, and they want to share that with people, don't they?
Yeah, definitely.
There you go. I like that. Facts tell, stories sell. What do you mean should be? You're not going lower on highlight of this quality. Wow. Serious carat weights here. They range in size from 5x1 to 8x4. In 60 minutes, it'll be $12.95. Right now, your P&P back in your pocket, or the equivalent of, as part of this particular deal, down from $12.95 to $9.95. Wow. Hugely impressive. Again, you could just put little gold-plated spacers in between these gemstones. That would look incredible, wouldn't it? There you go, look at that. People taking advantage of this deal. Multi-buying on this particular strand. Somebody just grabbed 3 of these. And there's also lots of people getting more than one. There you go, Michelle's got 2. Natalie's got 2. This is the way to shop from us here at JewelleryMaker. Make the most not only of your 1 P&P per day, but the wholesale clearance prices that we bring you on our elite range of gemstones. Well over half the stock's now been allocated on that deal, so if you've got it in your basket, you need to start checking out. I don't want anybody to miss out on that deal. I do not expect to see jewellery quality highlight of that amazing clarity and colour tone being taken down to a clearance price like that too often here on JewelleryMaker. We're moving on. And, ooh, have a look at this. Again, all about the saturation of colour. In fact, I wonder if that would make quite a good combination with the highlight, because we often talk about blues and oranges being kind of, you know, they're opposite on a traditional colour wheel, aren't they? The golds and the blues, and so they tend to work quite well together. Ooh, I like that. Is that good?
I love that. That is summer. Summer again.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I mean, there are a lot of very organised jewellery makers, shall we say, who will be working a couple of seasons ahead and might be thinking about spring and summer collections now. That's fantastic, isn't it?
Beautiful.
I mean, here for me, once again, we know that this is going to be popular with my producer because it's got those very vibrant tangerine tones. This is the colour tone that we traditionally associate with carnelian. We've always had carnelian here at JewelleryMaker, but we've had a look at some of the more sort of variations in the colour tones, so the banding, if you like, but these are just that beautiful golden mandarin shade, aren't they? Huge carat weights here. They range in size from 12mm to 18mm in size, giving you 250 carats in total, again, from our Gems of Distinction range. And I have to say, this is a miss it, miss out segment of the show, but this strand is new to me. It's only been on once previous to this evening. We're already down to the last of stock, and we are going to honour the launch price this evening. $29.95 isn't the price. We're going to take it down even further. I told you, producer Liam was in a generous mood over the last week or so. Look, Liam, I'm sorry, man. It's not you, it's me. Okay, no price reductions gonna make me stay. I'm going now. He's trying to bribe me to stay by going low on these prices. We've grown apart. How many checking? I told you, I'll be back next week. Somebody will phone in sick. Here we go, $24.95. What a saving. Actually, this was just you trying to butter up presenter Vicky at the time, wasn't it? Because she launched it at $24.95. And now we are honouring the launch price of $24.95. Amazing deal. Look at the facets there. Trying to say, I'm actually a little bit self-conscious tonight about how I look on screen, because I walked into the workshop earlier to meet all the ladies doing the chips and nuggets, and they were like, Ed, You look so slim and so young compared to how you look on screen. You were there, were you there?
Of course, yes.
And I was like, how do I normally look on telly? Like sort of fat and old, basically. So I'm a bit worried about how I'm coming across on screen now. Okay, we're going to move on. Actually, wow. Again, the consistency of colour is incredible. We're going to bring you carnelian again, this time in the faceted rondelles. In fact, have a look at this. How about these as a kind of showcase design? Use the rondelles as spacers with the larger gemstones. What? You really love this then, producer Leah, don't you? You love this colour tone, don't you? He said it's his favourite colour tone. He said that's hot when he saw that. There you go. There is a real warmth to the design, actually, isn't there? Again, you've got that gorgeous... Well, actually, what you've got here is a variation in the colour tones throughout the strand, but a real strong, bold consistency of colour on each gemstone. Absolutely gorgeous. The kind of range from a golden hue to the tangerines, even the kind of amber colour tones, in fact. They range in size from 3x1 to 5x2 millimetres in size, and this is a 36 centimetre strand of faceted carnelian. Here comes your price point. It's another add it to your order deal this evening of $6.95. That doesn't seem right, does it?
No, it doesn't. That is absolutely... I love the tones running through that. I mean, just having that restranded as a bracelet, I would absolutely love that. And beautiful with your pearls.
Golden pearls, champagne pearls for $6.95, carnelian for $6.95, and of course, because you get so many of your faceted rondelles, that will help to make your pearls go out a little bit further. Thinking you could probably get 3 individual pearl bracelets out of that if you were to interspace it with the carnelian. We've got to be talking about £20–25 for a pearl and carnelian bracelet. So if you got 3 of them, would you agree with that?
Definitely,
pricing?
definitely. I mean, one of the places we talk about on our course to sell is amongst people of faith groups.
Right, okay.
And people of, say, for example, a Christian faith, are very familiar with carnelian.
Carnelian's heavily mentioned in the Bible,
exactly.
Isn't it? Yeah, of course.
So if, you know, people are thinking of selling, you know, at church events, church fights, you know, and amongst the Christian community, then that is absolutely perfect. Carnelian is stunning.
I think you're right, because it's a sell-out deal this evening here on The Late Show. There you go. We're going to move on. Oh, love these. Oh, gem heavy. There you go. That is awesome, isn't it? So this is pyrite with a twist. So you get that traditional metallic tone you'd associate with pyrite, but silver coated. So taking it in a different direction. 300 carats in total. This is just fantastic, isn't it? Again, you could probably get away with just restranding this. Bit of chain. That's a kind of pretty high street style look, isn't it, actually? Except how much would you have to pay on the high street? And you know, it'd probably be a base metal, for example. But this is a genuine gemstone. Gorgeous silver coating. Angela's transfixed on this one. She was just like...
That is lovely. I love that. I love that.
That's gorgeous, isn't it? Again, executive producer Martha was saying, a chunky necklace, she would just restrand that.
Yeah, absolutely. Chunky necklace, chunky bracelet, and the earrings to match. Hit the town. That is...
There you go. I want to go out with Angela. So I want to hit the town with Angela.
I'd be out clubbing in that, definitely.
Yeah, clubbing in that one. Have you ever seen Pete's dance moves, Angela? He doesn't dance on request. If he feels like busting a move, he does.
Okay.
So
I will look out for that.
Maybe.
It might be an appearance.
There might be a bit of me dancing. There you go. If you needed an excuse to tune in till 9 PM, you got one now. 300 carats of silver coated pyrite. Let's give you another excuse to get on the phone lines. $12.95 should be. But we've just put £1 back in your pocket just because he's feeling generous. I told you, he's down to $11.95. There you go. Only available at that price for the next 60 minutes. So take advantage while you can. Amazing. There you go. People already texted in to say they want more Angela Edwards.
Oh, that's so nice.
They're saying, what about a DVD?
Oh,
with all your
that's lovely.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
So there you go. Nice of you to interact with us this evening. Don't forget to send in what you want to see when Vicky Field joins the Late Show next week. We are going to go to a quick break. When we return, we're going to start to bring you another Star by deal, although I have to say I don't think this one is going to last very long. It is 5 of our gorgeous wire mesh, little pots of wire mesh in all the colour tones you could possibly want, but going to the lowest possible price we can bring you for that particular deal. It's a miss it miss out opportunity. It's coming up after this.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
So today on the introductory to jewellery making, I learned, as a first time having a go at making jewellery, we learned how to do the simple loop, the wrap loop, and then how to fix fastenings onto the pieces we've made. So I've had a go at making a few bits and pieces. A key ring, I've had a go at sort of looping different types of beads and gemstones onto different types of chains. I've had a go at making this, so we had a go at making the beaded bead with some beads around it and then done the fastening at the back. Also made a few sets of earrings as well, which I'll all take home and enjoy wearing.
Come and join guest designer Fiona on our resin workshop. Fiona will guide you through designing with resin and building techniques such as using resin to make cold connections, using wire, creating bezels, and using other mediums to create colour and texture. The full course includes resin and epoxy enamelling hardener, a bead scoop, a selection of different gauged wire, a selection of alcohol inks, glitters, gilding flakes and Angelina fibres, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios, the Gem Museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Gemma Crow as she brings you a fascinating DVD that teaches you how to create all of your important findings that are essential to everybody's collection. Gemma will take you through step by step to create all of your finishing touches that bring your pieces to life, essential for all jewellery makers. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker. Join the jewellery making fun with this fantastic In the Mix DVD. This DVD includes 4 different techniques with 4 different guest designers. Debbie Bulford shows us how to create elegant polymer clay pendants. Laura Binding is here to show us a beautiful wire wrapped ring. Mark Smith with his fantastic macrame earrings using beading thread and gemstones. And finally Liz Welch with jewel enamel pendants. You'll be surprised just how many different ways there are to make new and exciting pieces of jewellery. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to another Star Buy here on Jewellery Maker, and we are definitely going to be in high demand when we bring you this particular wire mesh combination, because you've got 6mm dimensions on each of your wire mesh colour tones here, and you've got the turquoise, the azure, the copper, the emerald and the merlot coloured wire mesh. Now this is really, really popular because, well, it gives you different designer opportunities, I suppose. You can set gemstones into it, you can create the kind of floral motifs that Gemma Crow has created over time with these, and it's just an impressive way to integrate the metallic tones into your designs. I'll show you exactly how it works. We call it magic mesh traditionally here at Jewellery Maker. I'll show you why. Expands, you can stretch it, push and pull this in a variety of different ways, but it always returns back to its original shape. So it's the 6mm variety, and we've got 5 different colour tones. I'll show you how useful this wire mesh is, in fact. Here's some of the designs that we've seen in the past that have been created by some designer. Sue, who's put this together in the past. This is the, oh no, hold on a second, this is the deluxe, the wire lux Pedro. Yeah, this is the wire mesh. Ah, it's fooled you because it's in the wrong box. How about this? So we've seen how versatile it is. We know it's going to be popular because you get all of those kind of gemstone colour tones. You get the kind of plum or merlot colour, you get the emerald green, powder blue, copper, and then, oh, look at that, that's like a chrome dioxide green, that one, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. Adds so much depth, but also a little bit of texture to your designs. There you go. It's incorrectly labelled. Stop bringing me wire lux designs. Look. Or Angela's sorted this out for me. I'm coming over. Oh, I'm Pedro. I only strolled over there so Pedro would dance, and here he is, standing on this desk. Clear off, dancing queen. Have a look at this. This is what Angela's used it for, just to create the actual neckline of the piece.
And it's beautiful to work with, and it's so versatile, and I've left it sort of very simple like that, but the great thing is you know, the person who owns it, wears it, buys it, you can explain to them that you can, you know, just tease it a little bit to get lots of different frills and, you know, create a bit of variation. It's lovely. So
many different opportunities with it, isn't there? And I love it when I see the smaller gemstones being set into the 6mm wire mesh. It looks incredible, doesn't it? So 5 different pots here. You get a metre length of each. Oh, half the stock's already allocated on this, Angela. There you go. We haven't even seen the incredible price point. Normally, it would be available at what I consider to be the most competitive price in the market of under £10. We're going to take it down this evening to £6.95. £6.95 this evening. I've probably got about 30-40 people with this in their baskets. You need to start checking out, because we also now have a queue on the free phone line 9. Let's try either line or number, Ed. Not a cross between the two. So yes, a little bit of a queue on the free phone number. Don't panic, you're only investing your time, because it is a free phone number, but if you do want to take advantage of this, now is the time to start dialing. There you go, Zena, a very regular multi-buyer here on The Late Show, and I would suggest that that means a very successful jewellery maker. Zena has just grabbed 4 of these. It's fantastic value, isn't it?
It is, it's beautiful. It's lovely.
Best value of the day for your mesh.
That is fantastic, fantastic price.
I mean, I have to say that producer Liam has been a little bit silly with his pricing over the last 7 days. He just won't stop meshing around. I actually got genuine laughs around the room. I'm so pleased. Actually, that's the best thing I heard today apart from all of the workshop attendees saying that I looked young and slim, they also told me that I made them laugh.
You make me laugh, Ed.
All right, but that's for different reasons. You're just laughing at me. There you go. They always say that, you know, women like a lady who makes them laugh, don't they?
They certainly do.
They say that to people they don't find attractive. That's what the blokes, the guys in my ear just said. They only say that when they don't think you're hunky enough.
I don't know about that, Ed. I think you're very handsome and you make me laugh. That's a bonus.
Angela. Let's get Angela booked in for a few more DI shows, shall we? You can definitely come back with that kind of talk. There we go. These are flying out the door. I'm pretty sure over 100 of this particular bundle has already been allocated. That's amazing, isn't it?
I'm not surprised, Ed, because not only is the mesh fantastic, but the extra bonus is the little plastic containers that you get with those. They're great for storing all your little findings in. So it's
there you
bonus,
go.
Really,
Another storage opportunity
containers.
as well. Perfect. We saw these storage boxes right at the start of the show flying out the door, didn't we? Because of the kind of practical uses as well as the amazing value that we offer you. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you, but we are approaching being oversubscribed on that deal, well, based on the idea that everybody who's got it in their basket is going to check out. So phone buyers, stay where you are. If you've got it in your basket, check out. I can't guarantee everyone's going to be successful now, but if you have got it in your basket, definitely want to check out, especially at that amazing price. Congratulations, June. You just came through on the phone line and you've got 2 of those. So there you go, I told you it's popular. We're going to move on, but before we do, I have to make everybody aware of this. Our superstar buy coming up in an hour, Ametrine, one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, one of the most beautiful gemstones available, perfect for those Valentine's commissions or Valentine's gifts that you're making for people. This is coming up at 8 p.m. I only have a limited number, as you'd expect for this incredible gemstone. Not a gemstone we're going to see every day here at Jewellery Maker, and I think the only reason that I'm able to actually launch it on the late show is because it's my penultimate show. So I asked the salesman, the executive producer, for something special, and there goes that. But coming up before that, oh sorry, coming up straight after that I should say, at 8:30 I believe, this amazing collection. I mean, again, 3 of our most popular gemstones. Purple amethyst, smoky quartz and garnet, faceted brillet drops, in one collection from the Gems of Distinction range, coming up at 8:30 p.m. I mean, the depth of colour on these particular gemstones is incredible. They are classic purples, chocolate browns and pomegranate reds for your garnet, your smoky quartz and your amethyst. It's coming up at 8:30 p.m. after the Ametrine. We're going to move on. Where to? Okay, we're now, wow, every section's impressive tonight, whether it's new to me, miss it, miss out, or lowest ever. So we're going to take a few of the items to the lowest ever prices now. We're all getting excited. Where are we going to then? I'm going to kick off with Rainbow Moonstone. We've already seen some very impressive examples of this gemstone this evening. Oh my goodness. This has got a rainbow in every single gemstone. I'm not going to have any trouble showing this. I'm confident. Look at that. I can see a rainbow. Seriously? There's a rainbow in every gemstone. How come... Oh, I nearly said something I shouldn't have. Actually, I'm going to say it anyway. What's it say? How come we managed to get this on Jewellery Maker? This looks like kind of... Gems TV should have been setting this into 9-carat gold for me. Not that we shouldn't get the elite gemstones, but I just thought, you know, they're looking for luxury gemstones next door. Surprised they didn't snap this up and say, no, you're not having that one, Jewellery Maker.
That is rather lush.
That's amazing. Because we often see the blue agelorescence, the lime greens, don't we? But to get a rainbow in every single moonstone that I can see, are they coming through? Are the little spectrums of colour coming through on screen? Let's have a look. See that rainbow? I've got that on literally every single gemstone here. They're a little bit more sizable than some of the moonstones that we see on the channel. They range in size from 5x3 to 9x4 millimeters in size. As I say, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be offered elite gemstones. I'm just surprised to see this quality. I suppose I shouldn't be, because the quality of the gemstones we have here on JewelleryMaker has been going through the roof over the last 6 months, hasn't it? And it really is, I would say, the kind of quality you'd expect to see set into precious metals.
I love the shape of those rondelles as well. They're so easy to work with.
Right.
Because you can put them up really easily around round gemstones.
Yes.
So again, in between your...
They have that flat base.
That's right.
And it sits against the rounds perfectly.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So easy to work with.
That's what we want, isn't it?
Yeah.
And of course that reduces the amount of time you have to invest in your designs, and therefore that will affect the profitability you can make, I presume.
Absolutely. And I love the graduated element as well. I mean, for me, that is just simple to just restrand just as it is. And you've got that feature bead in the centre. Just perfect. It's just beautiful.
I've used a strand similar to this in one of the few pieces of jewellery I've ever made. In fact, this time last year, I made a piece of rainbow moonstone necklace for my mum for Mother's Day, you see. And it is gorgeous. And it's always a talking point, actually, whenever she wears it, because of the Agate essence.
Yes.
So, you know, anything with an optical effect does tend to sort of spark a bit of a discussion about gemstones, doesn't it? This is amazing. The quality of this is just outstanding. Okay, we are going to give you an incredible price point this evening for the last in stock. Look at that. Should be $14.95. Definitely wouldn't go along with that. Sorry. But that is not representative of the quality of the moonstone or the 100 carats you're going to receive. $9.95. That's the lowest ever price. And that's never been available before. We've only ever seen it at $14.95 prior to this evening. I'll tell you what, that price is new to me. Oh no, it's a hybrid section of the show. It's a new to me lowest ever price, which you're going to miss out on. So this is basically encapsulating all of our favourite sections of the show. It's miss it, miss out. New to me, lowest ever price. Start dialing now. Somebody's just grabbed 3 of these. In fact, 3 different customers have grabbed 3 strands of these. Do you think they know lots of people who have birthdays in June, perhaps? In my family, there's going to be lots of June birthdays soon. My birthday's in June. My son's birthday's in June, and what I'm calling my nephew to be, even though we don't know whether it will be my niece or nephew.
Okay.
But I'm trying to put together a football team, and my niece or nephew to be is due in June as well. So there's going to be lots of June birthdays, lots of celebrations. Okay, huge numbers of people are multiplying this. How many strands of these did you actually have? Ooh. Do you know what? I've got a theory about June birthdays. Do you want to hear why I think there's so many birthdays in June? Yeah. Do you like my theory? Yeah, I've shared it with the group before, apparently. They're all like, yeah, right. It means that you were probably conceived around September, and I'm thinking people have seen little people going to school on their first day and got a bit broody. Do you reckon that could be possible?
Absolutely.
In the family planning world, if you see little people in their uniforms, people might think, I want one of them. I want one of those little babies. Do you reckon? And then you end up being born in June. Just a theory, guys. Wow, we have got buyers coming in from the length and breadth of the UK, the States, Europe, Spain, Belgium, France. Amazing opportunity. No wonder. Rainbow Moonstone. Incredible. And actually, that kind of tradition that we were talking about related to other gemstones, with Rainbow Moonstone heavily identified across the world, that kind of very ancient tradition of knowing this as moonstone. We're going to have to leave that at $9.95. It looks to me like that could be a sellout deal. Where are we moving to? Oh, I love that. Sky blue apatite. Another Very, very popular gemstone. Although this is described as sky blue apatite, but I'm thinking there's a few of those kind of tropical sea greens in there as well, so quite a versatile
nice.
strand. 85 carats in total. These are beautiful polished pairs. They range in size from 7x2 to 11x4. 85 carats in total. We are going to take this to the lowest ever price. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Represents and the elite quality of gemstones that we can source for you here at JewelleryMaker. Let's have a look at the lowest ever price. Currently, this is available on our website for $19.95. Already amazing value for such a popular gemstone. We're not staying there. I'm going to take it down to the lowest ever price. Wow, really? Another huge saving. Should be $19.95 for the next 60 minutes. $12.95. $12.95, so should be $19.95, taking it down to $12.95. Don't forget, whenever you see a price reduction here on the Late Show, it's only available for 60 minutes, so you need to grab that while you can. Again, lots and lots of people flying through for that one. Apatite tends to be very, very popular within kind of fashion jewellery designs, and you can buy it now at a wholesale price, so $12.95 is an amazing deal, and add it to your order price for a Gems of Distinction strand featuring 85 carats of sky blue apatite. We're moving on. Oh, there's people who have that in their basket, and there's also a bit of a conflict going on with phone buyers, so quicker you check out, sooner you'll be guaranteed to get your item. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you the Quartzite rosary link chain. These are a little bit larger, these gemstones, than some of the faceted rondelles, and therefore you've got the larger kind of classic rosary links on here, the little brass chain links. 1 metre, this is silver plated chain, 6mm marcasite rounds. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Got kind of forest green or emerald green tone there, but you've got the beautiful little metallic inclusions on the surface, almost like gold leaf on the surface of the marcasite. So you get a metre length here. We talk about this at length. Bum bum. You got it, producer Liam. About how difficult it would be to recreate these kind of items based on the amount of work that's gone into it, the carat weight. You've got 130 carats of marcasite, all of those hand wrapped loops that you get on the chain. So difficult to recreate, certainly for the lowest ever price we're about to give you on this particular strand. So it should be, really? $9.95. Has that always been the price? Fair enough. That's the value we give you here at JewelleryMaker. I'm not going to argue with him, because you know what happens when I argue with him. It makes me work even harder. He's just taken it down to $6.95, the lowest ever price. That's amazing. That is amazing. $6.95. I mean, I think we've discussed this previously, but it would probably take you about 3 hours to recreate that. And to take it down to that amazing price, it's a no-brainer, I would think, for most jewellery makers.
Without a doubt. When those were launched just before Christmas, I bought loads of those because I just saw that, you know, chop it up, put a clasp on it, you've got a necklace, a bracelet,
yep.
Put 3 on a shepherd's hook, you've got an earring,
earrings.
You've got a set.
You were talking
Perfect.
before about creating designs for, you know, people of faith and what have you.
Yeah.
How easy it would be to create an actual rosary from this as well.
Absolutely.
You could just put a larger bead, you can just break it up every 5, put a larger bead and make an actual rosary link. On Friday morning, Mark showed us how to create a cross using gemstones, so you could put that in there.
Absolutely.
You could actually create a feature
Yeah.
for somebody's first Holy Communion or confirmation or christening, what have you. Those kind of celebrations, for Christian celebrations, I should say.
Yeah.
That would work, wouldn't it? Faith or fashion, though, rosaries these days, aren't they?
It is. And as you said, the work's done for you.
Yep, absolutely. And all for a clearance price this evening, the lowest ever price of $6.95. Lots of people flying through for that one. In fact, again, people multi-buying on that particular deal. We're going to move on. Wow. How many of these have you got? 15 lucky individuals are going to grab this. Wow, and you're going to take this to the lowest ever price. This is going to last about 10 seconds. How about this alongside the Garnet, Amethyst and Smokey Quartz opportunity coming up at 8:30, because you've got the little Smokey Quartz faceted top drill drops alongside the very large ones. This would be perfect for... Oh, actually, do you know what I decided last night? I'm going to get one of these sizable gemstones as a light pour. I've heard the idea so many times. I love it. I've got this big metal one in my bathroom. It nearly cracked a tile last night. And I was thinking, I could have a gemstone in there. I'm missing a trick here. I've heard of the idea so many times. You know, to use them for ornamental purposes, gemstones in your house. This would be perfect. Have a look at the size of these gemstones. Look at that. Even against my huge man hands, they look large.
They're stunning, those.
They're gorgeous, aren't they?
Beautiful.
And that depth of colour, it's a proper chocolate brown tone that we associate with the gemstone.
Yeah.
You've actually got over 200 carats here. And they range in size from 15 by 9 to 32 by 12. Okay, now this is currently available on our website for $19.95. We are going to take it to the lowest price ever this evening. Oh, really? Okay. What? Okay. My producer can't decide who's responsible for the original price slash, but all he knows is it wasn't him that took it to $12.95. He's honouring it for the final 15 strands, although I have to say we only have 11 remaining in stock now, because people are already coming through at $19.95. You can understand why. I mean, how much would you pay for a gemstone like that elsewhere? Just one gemstone. But you've got this beautiful array of faceted Smokey Quartz. $12.95. Again, not in keeping with the huge carat weights or the depth of colour that you're seeing on this strand of Smokey Quartz. Again, if you're placing this in your basket, you are running the risk of missing out. Now we've got phone buyers coming through for this particular deal. $12.95. Sorry, my producer just asked me what I think would be a decent accent stone for work with this. Let's bring it straight on then. Sorry, faceted rondelles, because it's easier when you're looking at the gemstones to make that kind of decision, you see. Don't you think? Faceted rondelles are Smokey Quartz now.
Beautiful.
I love it. So everybody that just flew through for this, start dialing now, because we're going to allow you to maximise on your 1p and p per day. The perfect accent stone. And as we've discussed, the versatility of Smokey Quartz in terms of its colour tone, because you get the kind of neutrality of the browns, but also on this strand, I have to say, you've got a few of those kind of golden hues. Me and Mark have been discussing, Mark and I have been discussing this recently. We say, like, sometimes you get a really rich chocolate brown saturation, other times you get almost more of a kind of bronze tone, and it allows this golden hue to come through, and those variations can be very, very useful for designers. They can help to influence the kind of looks that you put together, of course. You've got 90 carat to Smokey Quartz here in your faceted rondelles. They range in size from 6x4 to 9x5 millimetres in size. I have to say, again, the clarity, the colour tone, the way it's been faceted. I mean, these are just top quality gemstones. You would definitely not flinch if you saw these set into 9 carat gold. And Angela was, you know, telling us earlier that Smokey Quartz is very similar to the likes of your amethyst and your garnets, because people recognise it. They're already aware of it, aren't they?
Absolutely. They are very recognisable. But that Smokey Quartz, I mean, I love that. I've got that in my bundle.
Yeah.
You know, and I do absolutely love that.
I'm just thinking, you know, if you're intending to grab this in an hour's time, that would be such a fantastic combination. Actually, looking at the purples and the browns together, how about alongside the ametrine, which is just half an hour away? Ooh, would you like that? Oh, fantastic. Angela's actually put that alongside. Is that alongside one of the rubies you've put?
Yeah, alongside one of the
grab that?
ruby, yeah.
It's gorgeous. I love that. Okay, we're going to have to bring the price on screen. These are flying out the door. Should be $11.95. We are going to take it down to the lowest ever price. That's part of the Ruby and Pearls bundle coming up soon. The round is. She's put it alongside the fastest Smokey Quartz. $7.95. From $11.95 to $7.95 this evening. The pinks and the browns together. Always a popular combination. $7.95. Amazing deal. For faceted rondelles, they're very sizable as well. They range from 6x4 to 9x5. I mean, again, the graduation could end up being a design in itself, couldn't it? I mean, again, little golden spacer beads in between just to make it go a little bit further.
Golds, even silver.
Silver
will give it a
really well,
completely different feel.
More kind of sophistication with the silver, but a bit more warmth with the gold.
Absolutely.
Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, of course, when you start to think about this colour tone, antique bronze, copper for the wire workers who tend to favour those colour tones, don't they? This would look perfect, wouldn't it? I would say it's one of the most versatile gemstones that we actually work with as jewellery makers. It does offer so much, doesn't it? It does.
I mean, I'm never without Smokey Quartz, never, because it works with so many different things. It brings depth. It's an opportunity to let your high-end gemstones go even further by introducing a bit of Smokey Quartz.
I love that.
And a lot of people know Smokey Quartz as well.
Yeah, that is a key factor, isn't it? If you're selling your designs, you need to appeal to people by offering them luxury gemstones that they're already aware of. That's going to help you to improve your sales, I suppose. $7.95 is a wholesale deal, only available for the next 60 minutes. So if you've got that in your basket, you know what to do. We're going to move on because it is now time to bring you yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for a luxury combination of rubies and pearls. And I don't think I've ever seen perfect rounds of ruby. It's new to me. Incredible Star Buy opportunity this is going to be, because we've got 7mm plain rounds of rubies alongside little delicate cultured pearl nuggets. So very subtle irregularities in the size of the pearls. They're 7x6mm in size. And actually, Angela has used this to create a gorgeous suite of jewellery. In fact, she was saying earlier it was kind of like the first gemstone selection that she was drawn to when she arrived this afternoon. Actually, that's true. Yeah, Mark Smith was very excited when he saw this combination as well, wasn't he? Well, you can't go wrong, can you? Rubies and pearls. It is kind of one of those hallmarks of sophistication, of luxury jewellery. In fact, we were talking previously about the history associated with pearls and how different kind of monarchs have helped to really highlight the prestige and the luxury surrounding that gemstone, one of which was Elizabeth I, of course, who had over 3,000 beautiful gowns that were adorned with pearls, pretty much covered in pearls. And even she was a massive fan of rubies as well, and she said that she even had a choker created for her pet, which was a little ermine, wasn't it? And it was a pearl and ruby choker that she had her her aides and her court jesters create for her pet. So she believed that pearls and rubies were a classic combination. She believed that it showed true luxury. And I think this is one of the key factors that we don't really need to step away from with jewellery design, because that's what it's all about. There's no items of jewellery that are essential, but there's something sort of intrinsic about them. There's something built in to the idea of owning luxury goods that, you know, we are all predisposed to. And you know, if everybody was just bothered about, you know, price and owning the best value, then we'd all just drive around in the same car, have the same toaster, live in the same sized house. You know, different people have different associations with luxury, and you know, some people do have, I suppose, the wealth to invest 5-figure sums in pearl and ruby jewellery designs, but some people might want to own that luxury but at a more affordable price, and that's exactly what we give you the opportunity to do here at JewelleryMaker. Not only that, but of course you can create your own bespoke designs. We still have the same gemstones created by Mother Nature, and yet we can bring them to you at rock bottom prices. Lots and lots of interest coming through for this one already. You can understand why, really. You've got one of the classic big 4 gemstones in rubies, but in perfect rounds. Now, I can't remember seeing perfect 7mm polished rounds of rubies previously here on the show. Maybe once before on JewelleryMaker, but I can't remember them. Oh, I mean, look at that. That is gorgeous. And this is a... Would you say this is quite an easy design to create, Angela? Because the gemstones are doing a lot of the work, aren't they? It is,
yeah. I mean, you don't need anything more than that, really. I mean, you know, go as wild as you want and, you know, as elaborate as you want. But for me, rubies and pearls are so classic. And so classic. It's something as simple as that. It's going to catch people's eye. People are going to believe that they are genuine. You've used your rubies sparingly.
Yes.
And I just fell in love with it the minute I saw them.
I mean, a classic pair of earrings like this, you've only used 4 gemstones, but you've created a very high value piece of jewellery. People are going to recognise that you've got rubies and pearls in one design, and there's a little bit of movement there. They're a kind of piece that you could wear every day, or you could wear to an event.
Yeah,
can't go wrong.
Absolutely. And with the bracelet, I know some people are probably not as confident to put a high price on their products. So using 1 pearl and 1 ruby in a design with, you know, that we had the quartzite or agate or, you know, other stones is going to give your customers still, you know, the luxury of owning rubies and pearls, but perhaps a bit more affordable.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's the key thing, isn't it? Well, my producer says, when we're talking about affordable, he wants to show you the price that we should be paying for this bundle.
Okay.
So any other time, $104.90. About right for 7mm perfect rounds of ruby alongside pearls.
That's great value.
Amazing.
For rubies and pearls.
We are going to get it down.
Wow.
To double figures this evening for rubies and pearls. Wow, okay, there's already a huge amount of interest on this bundle, and we haven't even taken the price down. So $104.90, already lots of interest. So I'm thinking there's already a lot of successful jewellery designers out there who know that rubies and pearls is going to attract a lot of attention. We are about... Really? £35 back in your pocket. We're taking this down to $69.95. This is very, very similar to the sapphire and pearl deal we did at the weekend, except with much larger pearls. Oh, now he's not so cocky now. He's like, oh, yeah. He just said, what have I done? He's worried now. Where's Pete when you need him? Pete, can you go and sit in the producer chair? He wants you to be scapegoated. Oh no, look, my producer, he's very very conscientious guy. He said, no, I've done it. I'll have to take responsibility. Not like me. If Pete was in here, he'd definitely be standing behind this desk. Should be 104.90. We've just taken down to 69.95 for pearls and rubies this evening. And how often do we see 7mm perfect rounds of rubies? Well, I don't think I've ever seen those before.
No, I've not seen those, but they are stunning. I mean, to be able to own rubies at that price.
I know. Even the rubies on their own
Exactly,
for that price
it's a
is totally
price.
ridiculous, isn't it? Take it down 69.95 with the pearls. That is just incredible, isn't it? I mean, what kind of price point would you hope to achieve for rubies and pearl necklace, for example?
Well, finished with sterling silver, and I've only really used sterling silver.
Yeah.
Because of that quality.
Sure.
I would be looking at certainly a couple of £100.
Right.
Easily.
So that's just for one design.
Yeah,
and of
for
course
one design.
as you said, you've been kind of sparing with the you've used the pearls to make the rubies go further, haven't you?
Absolutely. So yeah, I'd say a minimum of about £100, absolute minimum. Right. Anything less, and you're really undervaluing your work.
No.
And I know Jan sells her work on and also puts them in auctions, and I can imagine rubies.
Yeah, well,
very prestigious.
Well, Jan made a design recently, and it featured pearls and rubies, but they were the smaller, faceted rondelles, so much more delicate carat weights, of course, compared to these huge 7mm rounds. And I know that the jewellers that she gets her commissions for gave her a price of £165.
Yeah.
So she was saying they'd be looking to probably
sell on
like 100% margin, so probably over £300 for the design in their window, and that was with the rondelle. So imagine perfectly polished rounds of rubies with the pearls. You can imagine that's going to gain a serious price point, even at kind of certain craft fairs. I mean, even if you are in your regional craft fairs, it's the kind of item that you could have on your store, presumably attract attention, become a talking point. You never know who's going to walk through the door.
Yeah, definitely. I know selling those at some of the larger county fairs.
Yeah.
Where people are going there with the intention of looking for luxury products.
Absolutely.
I would recommend as an outlet. Your parties as well, where you've got people in the comfort of their home. You can actually go into depth and explain
so you have
things
more time
exactly
to discuss the value you're offering people.
Again, it's the facts tell, it's rubies, but telling them the story behind rubies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is, and you'll have the time to do that at parties.
Yeah, and I think we shouldn't neglect the history and the value of the pearls here. I mean, they are classic white pearls, aren't they?
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm just thinking, you don't have to use these in one design if you didn't want to. If you had something, maybe you've already received a bridal commission. These are cultured pearls, classic white colour tone. Can't go wrong. I mean, how much would that ruby be any other time? Really? Oh. The ruby any other time is $99.95. So you are getting a £30 saving on your rubies, and you are getting your pearls for free this evening, along with a £30 price reduction. Amazing. So Carol's texted in to say, hello Ed, and lovely to see you on the show, Angela. What gorgeous jewellery. And that's Carol, who was on your December Business Academy as well.
I remember Carol. Hello Carol. If it's the Carol I'm thinking about, she had some fantastic ideas for getting started. So do let me know how you're getting on, Carol.
Yeah,
just send me an email. I know after the course we did sort of share some emails, and I gave her some extra tips and signposted her to various places.
Brilliant.
So yeah, just drop me an email and let me know how you're getting on. But thank you for emailing in.
Here we go then. I love it. Oh, we've had another text message come through. Who's it from? It's from Zoe in Essex, and it says, "Hi all, fab design. It's amazing, ruby and pearls together, perfect match. I know this is cheeky, but could I dibs the necklace?" Love to you all. So, don't sell the designs, I'm afraid. Who knows? It may become a competition prize in the future, so you might have the opportunity. That's actually not a bad idea. Sam's just saying it's my last ever show tomorrow. Shall we ask the executive producer, if we could give that design away. I know that there's a lot of value in it, but my last ever show, we might have an opportunity to give that away. We have to have all competitions pre-approved by our executive producer, but we'll ask her. We can ask the question. That's all you can do, isn't it? So I've said it on air that we'll ask the question. I haven't said we're giving it away yet. But, you know, Martha's a pretty easygoing kind of character. I'm sure if it's possible, she'll let us give that away. You won't mind, would you, Angela, if we made that a competition
Oh,
prize?
I don't know about that.
I think people are going to be...
I can part with that. I was hoping to slip that home with me tonight. No, that'd be
very happy with that one. Okay, $69.95 for ruby and pearl necklace. There you go. We're going to move that to one side, and we are going to move on to our next deal. Now, don't forget, coming up in just 15 minutes' time is the opportunity to own one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, gorgeous ametrine. 15 minutes' time to own this particular gemstone. I have to say, the quality is out of this world. Amazing. Okay, we're going to move on, because we've got a few more deals to fit in before we launch that star buy deal. That's our super star buy. Okay. Now these are, again, going to prove to be extremely popular. The classic monochrome combination of black and white, but in one gemstone here, and we have it in faceted barrels. So this is the Druzy Quartz. Druzy Quartz. Well, I suppose there will be Druzy kind of crystal formations inside the gems, and that's what's making it twinkle so much. But it's a agate and quartz gemstone there in the black and white, that kind of monochrome look. 500 carats in total. This always proves to be extremely popular. I mean, I can see this one flying out the door. 500 carats, and again you've got this fantastic facety. There you go, look at that. The tubes themselves are 14 by 12 millimeters in size. 500 carats in total. Here comes your price point. It's $7.95. It's another add it to your order price, and there's already somebody in the studio who wants it to be added to their order. There we go. If you're looking at me and thinking, what on earth is that guy doing? Maybe you're a new viewer. My tech up, Sam, is a jewellery maker, and oh, another one. She said she wants two, mummy. There you go. So Sam's mum watches the show as her stooge, and if she wants something, I do this silly dance. And we need to know what Vicky's new dance is going to be. Oh, like that is it? Sam says not only does she get the gemstones, but she gets to laugh at me. Unbelievable.
I did not say that.
She said she gets to watch me dance, but I assume she meant for the hilarity. Unbelievable. $7.95. Add it to your order price for 500 carats of black agate with quartz. Oh, the truth's coming out now. Now they're all saying, yeah, that's why she doesn't really want the stuff. We just wanted to make you look silly. Hey, now we know the truth. 5 hours left together, guys, and I know now that this is all designed as an elaborate ruse to make me look ridiculous. I didn't need that. I can do that all on my own, you know. $7.95. We're going to move up. Oh, another gemstone that we do not see very often here at JewelleryMaker. Incredible. Beautiful cat's eye. Love this. Because you get the kind of fern greens, the forest greens. You also get the golden tones coming through. It's another gemstone we don't see every day here. Very, very rare. Interesting to get such a versatile gemstone that has that opaque finish, isn't it? They range in size from 12 by 10 to 20 by 15. I love it. And you get that kind of cat's eye effect that you might normally associate with the kind of chatoyant gemstones, and you get it here on cat's eye. It's fantastic, isn't it? Fresh kind of spring kind green. Love the organic nature of the gemstone in terms of the banding, the colours, and of course that fantastic optical effect. Hope you can see that here. It's not always easy in the studio. 170 carats in total. Range in size from 12 by 10 to 20 by 15. It always proves to be popular, doesn't it, cat's eye? And again, there's people flying through on the free phone number. You need to act with a little bit of urgency on this one. here comes your price point this evening, because normally this would already be down at $14.95. We're not staying there. We're going to take it down to Bargain Town. Should be $14.95. We're taking it down to $10.95. I like it. 170 carats. Should be $14.95. Down to $10.95, but only for the next 60 minutes. Amazing opportunity. Already lots and lots of interest on that one. And again, if you've got it in your basket, you need to be checking out. How about if you're creating a little piece of jewellery for the gentleman in your life for Valentine's Day? I think cat's eye, fantastic gemstone for gents jewellery. Would you agree with that, Angela?
I would. I mean, I'm just mesmerised. I've never seen that.
Oh, really?
That cat's eye.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's a beautiful colour. I love the golds running through that.
Beautiful, isn't it?
As you say, it's very masculine or feminine.
Yeah.
And it's also got some irregular shapes.
Yes.
And the irregular
are good, aren't
shapes have featured on the catwalk recently.
Really?
It's going to be big for the summer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There you go. I'm thinking maybe we were talking earlier about creating designs for, you know, your Valentine, the special person in your life, your anima gemella, your soulmate. This would be perfect for a pair of cufflinks.
It would be. It would. Using some gold findings would be beautiful.
The director of the morning show, Ollie, says that that's going to be the name of my album, Fishing for Cufflinks. Can't help myself. So maybe you want to create a pair of cufflinks for your favourite TV presenter. Unbelievable. You can't help yourself, can you? Told you. Philip Schofield's got enough cufflinks. Unbelievable. $10.95 is the price point on your cat's eye, but only for the next 60 minutes. We're going to move on from that particular... Actually, great point. Sam's just saying, paracord designs. If you've got that kind of... the desert khaki coloured paracord alongside your cat. Oh, look at that. Actually, it's almost as though the golden banding's mirrored in the paracord, isn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Love that combination. Okay, we're going to move on from that deal. Got to fit in as many as we can before we bring you the luxury opportunity. Look at this. Ametrine coming up in 10 minutes time. You're not going to want to miss out on this opportunity. I can't believe the carat weight and the faceting on this particular ametrine. It is out of this world. It's coming up very, very soon as our superstar buy. We're going to move on. Gorgeous. Oh, I tell you what. Could be perfect again for gents jewellery, couldn't it? You got the gunmetal coated pyrite. You like that, Angela?
Nice. That is very nice.
That's so in keeping with so many different styles of jewellery design. I'm thinking you could use that in steampunk designs. You could use it. You could almost use it to frame a cabochon in a soutache piece, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
But then, even if you did want to create like evening wear and you just wanted that little bit of bling in there, it would work on those designs as well.
Well, that's exactly what was going through my mind. Again, you know, another night out on Broad Street.
There you go.
You know, with, you know, using that gemstone, I think I'll be, the belle of the ball.
Angela, can I come out on the town with you and your girlies?
Well, I don't know if you can keep up with us. Because
I definitely can. I know that much.
Okay, well,
that's why I want to go. I know I won't be able to keep up with Angela.
Oh, I'll challenge
on
you.
Ladies'
You'll have
Night.
to come. Yeah.
Amazing. I tell you what, they're so songful in there. It's Ladies' Night and the feeling track. Amazing. Disco classics with Liam and Bruce. 60 carats of gunmetal coated pyrite. The rondelles range in size from 3x1 to 4x3. They're already flying out the door. Probably no less than what you'd expect for such a versatile gemstone at an add it to your order price this evening of just $6.95. Amazing. It's the ultimate accent, isn't it? Because it gives you that classic metallic shimmer, but it also has been faceted beautifully. I mean, it's got it all. depending on which angle the light hits as well, you get antique golden shimmers, you get silver tones, and then you get that classic gunmetal tone on the base of the gemstone, ticking every box, and a 36 centimetre strand. So you've got a huge number of faceted rondelles on this particular strand. Okay, we're going to leave that one with you. That is approaching limited availability already. Oh, surprise, surprise. Producer Liam's favourite gemstone now. He's been inching ever closer to doing his favourite all night with his canary sapphires, his Sungia sapphires, and now he's just bitten the cherry and he's gone for it. Spessartite garnet.
Wow.
Those gorgeous mandarin colours. Such a rare variety of garnet, of course. Maybe, you know, a January baby who doesn't really lean towards the bold red tones that we've got coming up at 8:30 in that bundle. Actually, I've got to say, together I think they look fantastic, don't you?
That is beautiful.
I'm gonna share that with you. Liam says that he thinks that Spessartite garnet is hugely underrated as part of the Groschular garnet family. I suppose I can see where you're coming from there, because I think traditionally people tend to favour the more well-known red varieties of garnet, don't they? But of course garnet comes in a huge array of colour tones, and we think about maybe Zavorite garnet, it comes in those kind of lime green tones, and collectors tend to favour that, don't they? When we think about gem hunters going to Tanzania, struggling to source tanzanite, the owner of the company, Steve Bennett, now turning his attention to varieties of certain mandarin garnets. We're looking at Telleli garnet, weren't we? The very vivid orange tones there, mirrored in this fantastic strand of Spessartite garnet. They are very delicate gemstones. They range in size from 1 by 0.7 mil to 3 by 1 millimeters in size, 15 carats in total. Okay, so this Gems of Distinction strand should really $21.95. I honestly was expecting to see more like sort of $29.95, $39.95 for that deal. Already down at $21.95. Just start dialing now. You can't go wrong. We're going to take it. Really? A 33% price reduction. Just taking it down to $13.95. That is a little bit silly, actually. That's less than £1 a carat for Spessartite garnet. This is a gemstone that, you know, might end up being the replacement to the likes of the prestige that we've had from Tanzanite in the past, when we start to look at Telleli garnet. Liam, I've never understood this, and maybe we should send all the producers on your business academy. When they love something, they go lower in price on it. Have you noticed this? Producer Dion, she loves blue gemstones. If she sees a blue gemstone, she goes lower on the price. This is my producer's favourite gemstone, so he goes to, well, a price point that is not in keeping with the quality of the gemstone that you're getting here, or the prestige attached to Spessartite garnet. The rarity.
I've often thought that because I'm like, oh, those prices are, you know,
ridiculous is the word you're looking for. Yeah, I know. That's why I couldn't handle being the manager anymore. I thought, I can't do this. I need to go and have fun down on the shows and present these opportunities to people, because these producers are at risk of devaluing genuine gemstones at these prices, aren't they?
Yeah.
I should just say, in fact, that I mentioned that tomorrow will be my last show on the Late Show. Let's just to clarify, apparently people are panicking. I don't know if they're overstating that. I doubt people are really panicking. Okay, well, that's lovely to hear that people are a bit worried. Don't panic. I'm moving to the Designer Inspiration Show. So you are going to have the lovely Vicky Field. She's going to take over the Miss It Miss Out show, or the Late Show, sorry, and I'm going to move to the Designer Inspiration Show. So you'll still get me in your homes every, well, other day, however our rotas work. So there you go. I'll be on from 1 PM till 5 PM. So there you go. Don't panic. We are going to move on, and we are, after the break, going to bring you one of the rarest gemstones on the planet in the form of gorgeous ametrine. I only have a limited number available, as you'd expect, because Mother Nature only creates this in, well, limited supplies, very small deposits in, well, traditionally one location. And I'm going to bring this to you in just 2 minutes' time. Stay where you are. We'll be back in 2.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur. The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidrist to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process. The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled, and what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible. If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on JewelleryMaker. Join resident designer Sheila for our Bridal Headwear for Beginners DVD. Sheila will guide you through an array of beautiful bridal designs, including a pearl tiara, the star hair comb, a twisted spiral tiara, and much more. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on a creative journey building face canes from polymer clay. Debbie will guide you through the different stages of how to build each part of the face. Then you will focus on adding detail and character to your piece. Get creative and make personalised designs with this exciting workshop. The full course includes a block of acrylic and translucent polymer clay, an array of polymer clay colours to add detail, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to our gemstone museum and shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for our superstar buy, one of the rarest and most prestigious gemstones on the planet, or should I say two of the rarest and most prestigious gemstones on the planet, but Mother Nature has fused them together to create one incredible gemstone. Now, this gemstone has traditionally been known as a one location gemstone. I believe there is a small deposit now available in the border of Brazil, but traditionally there was just one mine in the world that created beautiful ametrine. It's that gorgeous hybrid between amethyst and citrine, two of our most popular gemstones on the market, and as a result this has often been known as Bolivianite. Bolivianite. I think one of the most impressive things about this gemstone is that it actually does highlight how gemstones tend to form. So when we think about the way Mother Nature does kind of push and pull the crystal structures to create these fantastic beautiful gemstones and crystals, that's kind of evident in this gemstone, because we know that amethyst forms at a certain temperature, at a certain depth in certain mines, and citrine will tend to form at slightly higher temperatures, maybe greater depth. And so there was just this one vein that ran in this mine in Bolivia where you got a hybrid. So the two gemstones had fused together, so you got half amethyst, half citrine, and of course became known as ametrine within the gemological world, but its commercial name, as I say, was Bolivianite, because it was only found in that one location. Of course, any gemstone that comes from just one location is going to be popular because of its rarity. It's going to be sought after. And of course, this is one of the key criteria, isn't it, for something being classified as a gemstone. It has to be durable, it has to be beautiful, but it has to be rare, and you can't get much rarer than Bolivianite, also known as ametrine. And this is exactly where this gemstone has come from. It's come from Bolivia. It's come from that one mine in Bolivia. 135 carats in total, and look at the carat weights we're offering you here on each and every gemstone. Top drill drops. They're very broad, aren't they? They range from 13mm to 16mm. And just have a look at those kind of classic combinations of colour between the beautiful lavender purple tones and the golden citrine tones there that we associate with those two gemstones respectively, but here fused together. And this is 100% natural ametrine, exactly as Mother Nature intended, from that one mine in Bolivia. You can't get much rarer than this gemstone. It's going to add value to any design, I would say, especially when you look at the quality of the gemstones. I mean, look at the way that it's twinkling. Look at the kind of surface area that you've got on the gemstone that's allowed the lapidarist to create these huge facets, and therefore that amazing play of light. I mean, the sparkle is just phenomenal, isn't it? It's out of this world. You don't need a great deal of these to make a huge impact on your designs, and collectors will be blown away when you start to explain the history and the story behind this. As Angela's been teaching us, you know, facts tell, but stories sell. And when you talk about a gemstone that not only has Mother Nature had this kind of very unique hand in creating, when you also start to talk about, you know, the morning that that miner went down to mine for amethyst, thinking that was his discovery, only to find this unique, I suppose, gemological discovery that Mother Nature had fused amethyst and citrine together in this one mine in Bolivia. That's when people are going to start to get excited about what you're offering them. Beautiful Bolivianite or ametrine as we traditionally know it as. Those lavender purples, those golden tones, which in themselves are a classic combination. And if you did want to do a little more research into this, it's actually the Agate mine in Bolivia where the gemstone is traditionally discovered. As I say, I think that there was some talk in the industry that a small deposit had been found in Brazil, but you know, I don't know how big that deposit was. I don't know what kind of carat weights they took out. They certainly, I don't think, would be able to source 135 carats. And as I say, 100% totally natural ametrine we've got for you. This is out of this world. And again, my director, Bruce, will be able to back me up on this. I think that in the kind of 5 or 6 years that we worked together on Gems TV, handful of times we were able to bring ametrine, huh? Very, very rare to see this, even from Gems TV point of view. So to bring this to you here on JewelleryMaker is out of this world. We have had, you know, limited opportunities in the past, I have to say, to bring you ametrine, but I can't remember ever seeing these kind of carat weights. And I'm not talking even about the collective carat weight here of 135 carats. I'm talking about the individual carat weights on each and every gemstone. Gorgeous combination of colours, isn't it? The lavender purples and the golden tones. Classic amethyst and citrine together there. Faceted so beautifully. So huge surface area on every single gemstone, allowing the lapidarist to let the light just play on the surface of the gemstone. I mean, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? If you've got the kind of business where you work on personal commissions, where maybe you've got repeat business and clients who come to you time and time again asking for the opportunity to actually own the rarest gemstones on the planet, and they trust your ability to source gemstones, I would definitely advise that you start dialing now. Put yourself to the front of the queue. It's a limited edition strand, as you expect when it's coming from one location, not just one location, one mine in the world, the Agate mine in Bolivia. That's exactly where this has come from. And this evening we can give you a superstar buy launch price. Now I can't guarantee we'll be able to honour this evening. I can't be guarantee we'll be able to honour this tomorrow morning at 9 AM, but for the next 60 minutes we will definitely be able to honour this incredible launch price. Again, it's not the price I would associate with a gemstone of this rarity, at this carat weight, of this beauty, faceted to this standard, but the price tonight is $19.95. Now I think Angela was present when my producer kind of brought this into the workshop to give to you, and what were the workshop attendees' kind of reaction to
They were, like myself, absolutely mesmerised. It is absolutely beautiful, absolutely stunning. I've worked with amethyst and I've worked with citrine, but I've never been fortunate enough until today to work with ametrine. That is something special.
Absolutely.
I loved it.
I totally agree. As I say, we've maybe seen ametrine in the past, but you know, maybe the kind of tumbled nuggets, for example, or maybe very small carat weights. But how large are these gemstones? They're going to make an impact, aren't they?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Got people multi-buying this now. In fact, over half the stock's already been allocated, and I've got buyers coming in once again from across the globe. Got buyers in Belgium, France, Mexico, New Mexico, my apologies. Got buyers the length and breadth of the UK, from Surrey to Aberdeen, getting involved on that deal. If you are coming through and you do want to multi-buy, don't forget, here at JewelleryMaker, it's our job to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs, and so we do try to give you the opportunity to buy in bulk if you want to. So if somebody wants to grab 10 strands, for example, of ametrine, we're not going to stop you. And you can see here, well, you can buy as many as you want, my juicer was saying, but I would think up to a point, because we only had a limited number to begin with, didn't we? And they're already flying out the door. But $19.95, I have to say, is not in keeping. Wow, look at that. Look at that, that's gorgeous. So I think you kind of highlighting there what I was saying, you don't need to pile these into a design, do you? Keep it simple. And I suppose it's kind of like what we were talking about, the producers being so naughty about. You've got to build value into this gemstone. One location, you know, it's almost like a natural anomaly, if you like, that these two gemstones are fused in that one vein, in that one mine in Bolivia, and that's why it's known in some circles as Bolivianite. I mean, that is gorgeous. Again, Valentine's pieces, I'm thinking.
Absolutely. And again, it's the fusion of colour.
Yeah.
It's just so unusual, and in certain lights you get more of the amethyst, in other lights you get more of the citrine. It's beautiful.
I'll try and highlight that for you. And you see that just that subtle golden hue comes through against the base of the lavender tones of the amethyst. I mean, it is so beautiful, especially in these larger carat weights. I'm blown away by those carat weights. As I say, when I was working on Gems TV, this is the kind of gemstone that would be set in at least 9 karat gold, if not 18 karat gold. And I only had a handful of opportunities to bring that on, you know, our channel, our sister channel, which is predominantly focused on luxury jewellery. But to have these possibilities on JewelleryMaker is amazing, isn't it? Really quite remarkable. Okay, they are flying out the door now. We're approaching limited availability. If you've got it in your basket, I don't say this to be annoying, guys. I'm really sorry if I sound repetitive. I only say it to ensure that you don't miss out on the deals. We get a lot of new buyers every day. If people are putting this in their baskets, don't forget that is just a signal of intent. You need to be checking out now to avoid missing out on this particular deal. So Terry, Martine, Sam, Shirley, Patricia, Rachel, Sandra, Jill, Michelle, new buyers as well coming through. If you've got that in your basket, start checking out. If you're waiting in a short queue on the phone lines, it is a free phone number. The queue's around about 60 seconds, so don't panic. I think we've got enough to go around at the moment, but there's only a matter of time before, to my money, that ends up being a sellout deal. $19.95. We're going to move on because we have got huge number of luxury deals still to bring you before 9 p.m. and this one is a real knockout. Faceted top drill drops, gorgeous combination of garnet, amethyst and smoky quartz here, and it's all about the depth of colour for me. On every single gemstone you've got classic pomegranate reds in your garnet, beautiful intense purples on your amethyst, and then those beautiful chocolate browns on your smoky quartz. Can't go wrong. Faceted top drill drops. It's coming up in about 15 minutes time. It's a Gems of Distinction collection, but you get all 3 strands for one wholesale price point. That is our next star buy deal coming up in 15 minutes time. We're going to move on. Okay, and we're going to bring you the anodized aluminium blanks. Okay. So these are pre-anodized sheets. They are coming to you in these little sealy bags. I'll have to present them in these bags as well because, of course, if I touch them, I will affect the treatment that's been placed on the metalwork. So you do have to always wear your gloves when you're working with these. But the anodized sheets are actually incredible, but the effects you can create using your alcohol inks and your other sort of mediums that we apply to these are incredible. The patinas, yes, those are amazing, aren't they? Classic steampunk designs as well as sort of vintage style jewellery. Can't go wrong with these, to be honest, because it is literally a blank canvas, isn't it? So you've got 2 packs here. Normally you get 6 pieces. As part of this clearance double deal, you're going to get 12 pieces. Only drawback is that we've halved our stock levels. It is very limited in availability. Should be $39.90. Really? Wow. Buy one, normally $19.95. Buy one, get one for £3. How did you get that bundle approved? He said, pipe down. Okay, basically, when my producers put together bundles, they have to send them to the management team for approval. So the idea is that you send like an idea of the price point, you know, the saving that you're going to offer the customers, really the kind of premise behind putting it together. So you would have presumably you'd have said people who love this kind of discipline, the patinas, the alcohol inks, are going to love to bulk buy on the anodized aluminium. People are like, yeah, they definitely are. And then you would have sent to a price point, say, oh, I'm probably going to give people a saving of around about £5. They'd have said, oh yeah, that's fine. And then you get down here and you present this buy one get one for £3. That's naughty. He's saying, yeah, you're right, let's get that off screen. Should be £19.95 per pack. Tonight, 2 packs for £22.95. Okay. It's my penultimate show on the Late Show. I'm moving to the Designer Inspiration Show. It could be producer Liam's penultimate show, full stop. Who knows? Okay, we're moving on. Where to, sorry? I'm glad that everybody got panicked when we said that it was my penultimate show. I'll tell you why. Because executive producer Martha said, can I come down tomorrow on your last show and just give you a P45? And I was like, I'm not being fired. I'm moving, aren't I? What was that? Oh, it wasn't my choice. I was told. No, I wasn't really. I'm really happy about moving. I'll miss all you guys though. But I get to spend more time with the designers learning about jewellery making, so I'm excited about that. That's understandable, isn't it, guys? Pete, don't cry over there. Come on, mate. Pete, you should be excited. There's going to be all kinds of new catchphrases heading your way. Is that not? Director Ruth said, oh no, there isn't. I like it. Okay. There's only one thing on producer Liam's mind, and it's not the fact that it's my penultimate show. It's deals, 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 he said. Clearance opportunity now for Peach Moonstone. I love it. Mainly because you've got 45 centimetre strands here. So you're going to get 90 centimetres of Peach Moonstone, graduated in size from 6mm up to 11mm in size, over 200 carats in total. Should be $39.90. Already down at $19.95. Are you being serious? Can you see that? Just by shouting deals in my ear doesn't justify buy one get one for £2 on a 45 centimetre length of Peach Moon. Stop saying deals to me. Pete, get out here. Pete, good work. I see you got the grey shirt email. You don't let me down.
That's because I'm your replacement.
You're my replacement. You better have a little chat with Vicky Field about that. Angela.
Hello.
Hello, you're right over there.
I'm good, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I'm too high.
Yeah, I'm only little.
Have you? I'm just giving Pete a chance to be behind the... Pete, what have you done over there?
Oh no!
Over 200 carats of deals. Stop saying deals, you lot. This is ridiculous. 90 centimetres of Peach Moonstone. Look at this, nearly as long as the desk. 90 centimetres of Peach Moonstone. Buy one. Deals. Deals. You and your deals. Look at this. I hope you've got wide screens at home. Look at this. This is how much Peach Moonstone you're going to get. For $21.95. They're normally $19.95 per strand. Okay. Oh, yeah, now you want to move on. I bet you do. Right, okay. I forgot where I got this from. Okay. Ooh. These are really incredible. Well, I'll tell you what, the quality of the Howlite has gone through the roof recently, hasn't it? Oh, hello. Hey, Pete, do you know who discovered America? All right, you know. Okay, a clearance double deal on Howlite. What do you mean you're reluctant to do this one? What's happening here? Did I go posh? It's only the first time I've ever been accused of being posh in my life, Angela. Oh, was it Scottish? Oh, right, okay. It wasn't posh. It was a bit of... I was saying, yeah, you do get posh Scottish people, but I'm not one of them. There you go. It's when I get angry. I get accused of it all the time when I tell off my children, you see. But I think it's like in my mind from when my dad used to tell me off. Edward! And so I'm like, Freddie! And that's what I'm going to have to do. You're going to have to start telling you off, producer Liam, Well, for another 4.5 hours anyway. Okay, you're reluctant because it should be $14.95 per strand. So it should be $29.90. They are very, very sizable carat weights on the Howlite here. Oh no. This is why you're reluctant. Because you buy one, you get one free! You didn't want to hear my best impression. Actually, it's not my best impression anymore, guys. Because I discovered this morning that I can do an excellent impression of Elmo. Yeah, that's right.
Don't do this to the Howlite. You're taking it too low.
I'm good at Elmo, right? Pete, you having that one, sir?
That's fine, that's good. That's good.
Beautiful Howlite, a luxury gemstone. Another gemstone that has one of those traditional stories attached to it. Massive carat weights on this strand. The droplets themselves range in size from 12 by 6 to 29 by 9 millimeters. Buy one, get one free. I'll tell you what, I'm going to have to take this kind of blasé pricing approach over to the Designer Inspiration Show with me, aren't I? For all the jewellery makers out there. That is incredible. Seriously, the quality of the Howlite for that price point is, well, it's actually a little bit silly, to be honest with you. Howlite is a pleochroic gemstone, which means you should be able to see more than one colour depending on what angle you're looking at the gemstone. So from one angle you'll see the kind of violets and blues, from the other you'll see the kind of gold and brownish tones, and that's exactly what you've got on this gemstone. I'll try to highlight that for you right now, in fact. And you see that depth of colour now from one angle. You see the kind of the rich violet shade, and then as I tilt it on, can you see that kind of gold and brown coming through as well? Gorgeous. That's exactly what you associate with Howlite. Huge carat weights here, elongated drops are very easy to work with. Buy one, get one free. Okay, we've got to move on from that deal. Amazing. Ooh. White opal. This is one for Angela. I think you're going to get in trouble from all kinds of angles right now, aren't you? A double deal here, Angela. Beautiful opaque tones from your white opal. They graduate in size from 7mm to 11mm, so to be honest, the design's done for you here. You can just restrand that. I'm thinking, take a couple off the end to make your earring designs. Beautiful bracelet and earring combo. Yeah, you like that?
Perfect.
Or, of course, because you've got a double deal here, you could create a gorgeous necklace design with the graduation.
Yeah.
You like that? What is your birthstone, Angela?
It's actually garnet.
Oh, it's January. We missed the boat.
No.
Oh, we haven't.
2 days' time.
So it's Claire's birthday tomorrow and your birthday on Friday.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, there's something weird about that in this building. There's always somebody whose birthday's the next day. Maybe it's just because I've worked with Bruce for so long. I always expect somebody to have their birthday the next day. You're my birthday buddy. That's what they'll call us. Okay, 125 carats of beautiful white opal on both strands, 250 carats in total. We are going to give you an incredible deal, as you'd expect from producer Liam. I should just say, I attribute all of the ridiculous clearance prices to my producer. So even though you won't have my handsome face on the Late Show anymore, you'll still have the amazing prices. I'm only messing. Have you seen Vicky Field? She's absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Okay, should be $15.90. It's already $7.95 per strand. Start dialing now. You know he's not going to let you down. He's taking this clearance double deal under £10 this evening, Angela. Buy one, get one for £2. That's
a crazy price.
It is, isn't it? It's just too low. It's amazing. It's incredible. I'm going to have to come up with a new word, aren't I? Because they don't like incredible. The crew still give me jip about my overuse of the word incredible. Pete looks at me like, sort your life out. That's what he's saying. He's telling me off. Did you see him? He just went like that. He just pointed at me as if to say, stop saying that. $9.95 is the clearance price for 250 carats of white opal. It's another gemstone, I think, that has that kind of inherent value, you know, where people associate it with passing it down to loved ones. An heirloom kind of gemstone, isn't it, opal?
It is very well known, opal. Again, seen as a luxury gemstone. It's beautiful.
And this is very, very rare because, of course, 97% of all the words opal comes from Australia. And yet this is African opal, so it's very, very rare to see this particular variety. And to take it down to that price point, £4.98 per strand. It's just not a kind of price point you associate with a gemstone like opal, is it? Okay, we're going to have to move on from that deal, in fact, because, am I right in saying this? It is now time for another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy opportunity. This time, 3 of the best known and highest quality gemstones I think I've seen here on JewelleryMaker for quite some time. They all have this real intensity of colour that you associate traditionally with these gemstones: smoky quartz, amethyst and garnet. And so when we're looking at smoky quartz, we expect to see those smoky those kind of chocolate brown tones, sorry. When we look at amethyst, which is of course February's birthstone, we expect to see those regal purple tones. And when we think of January's birthstone, which is garnet, we want to see those bold red tones, don't we? That's exactly what we're seeing here. Pomegranate reds, regal purples, chocolate browns, all coming through in your very, very easy to use top drilled drops. They're faceted to perfection, as you'd expect here at JewelleryMaker. We bring you top quality gemstones. To my money, jewellery quality gemstones. You'd have absolutely no problem seeing these set into, well, sterling silver, if not 9 carat gold elsewhere. And you've got very impressive carat weights here as well. 40 carats on every single strand. 120 carats in total. And actually, you can see that this combination of gemstones, which has been put together by our Indian buying office, this is how they've sourced these strands from our Gems of Distinction range. We've got the elite quality gemstones here, and they've put them together as a collectible combination. They've actually accounted for the saturation of colour that you get on these strands. It's called deeper shades because of that intensity of colour. I'm going to show you them all individually, actually, if that's okay, because let's just have a look first of all at January's birthstone. Beautiful garnet. Look at that. So I have them as kind of pomegranate reds for my money. Love it. So, faceted perfection. And they range in size from 6x4 to 10x4 in size. So you can create those beautiful kind of matching sets of jewellery, the droplet style earrings with the matching pendant. Fair amount of clearance between the drill hole and the tip of the gemstone, so you can do your briolette style wrapping as well. I'm going to show you the amethyst now, because you can see this is, well, the only way to describe this really is amethyst purple. I think that would be my strongest association with that colour tone. Wow, look at that. And look at the consistency of colour as well. You know, for February babies or for Valentine's commissions, this is just perfect, isn't it? Amazing. And then, as we've discussed at length this evening, the popularity of smoky quartz. Partly because it's well known, partly because it's so versatile. It goes with a number of different metallic tones, and it also becomes a bit of a neutral within jewellery designers' palettes, of course. 120 carats in total, 40 carats of each gemstone, and we are going to be able to provide you with a star buy launch price this evening. You may have seen similar products in the past, but this is a premiere launch this evening. We've never seen this exact product previously. Amethyst, garnet and smoky quartz all together in one Gems of Distinction collection. Now, there's already lots of interest coming through on the free phone line and at JewelleryMaker.com. People are now starting to check out their baskets. And this is the price point that people can currently see for this particular product. $39.95. Amazing when you think that that works out at 33 pence per carat for garnet, amethyst and smoky quartz. 3 staples for all jewellery designers, I would imagine. So yeah, 33.3 pence per carat. Less. So normally that would work out at what, £13.50 per strand. Less than that. Yeah, £13.31 or something like that. Yeah. We're not going to stay there. So what? That means that normally these Gems of Distinction strands would be £13.31 as part of this deal. We're not staying there. We're about to give you a star buy launch price. It will only be available at this price for the next 60 minutes, so take advantage while you can. Okay, my producer is literally going to take this, actually, what we describe as too low for this deal. You know when they've done something naughty because they hit the button and then run away from the computer like that's going to take it back? $29.95. It's less than £10 per strand for garnet, amethyst and smoky quartz. That is only available for the next 60 minutes. What on earth are you giggling about in there? Is that... Oh, Pete looked at you with some disdain. He just shook his head in disgust. Amazing. We are going to have a little bit of inspiration. Can I grab your design? Is that right? Oh, look at that. Told you to stay tuned for a bit of Pedro dancing. He's not let us down. There you go. So Angela's actually put the garnet and the smoky quartz together in this strand. Wow, so many people multi-buying this deal now. There you go, Yvette's got 2, Lorna's got 2. Wow, so many people now placing this in their basket. I'm not surprised at less than £10 per strand for garnet, amethyst and smoky quartz. And of course, there'll be times when you need all of these gemstones, and you can get it now for this one collection, 1 P&P per day. Well, they're kind of, I suppose, 3 of the most recognisable gemstones, aren't they, Angela?
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely lovely. I mean, it's no-brainer. I absolutely love that. You've got 2 of the birthstone.
Yeah, January and February wrapped up
in there. The faceting on those are just beautiful.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
I mean, I've clustered. I've just selected the 2. The smoky quartz and the garnet and clustered them and popped them on with pearls.
More lustre with a cluster, Angela. Yeah. That's what they say. Well, there you go. You've accented it with, you know, one of the most luxurious gemstones available, beautiful pearls, haven't you? Yeah. That's gorgeous.
And they're so easy to work with as well. That's the other thing. You don't need a lot to create a really nice design.
I'm thinking the have you seen Mark's Macrame ring settings?
Right.
So he sets them sitting proud, you know, like a traditional kind of ring design, and they would sit there, so the tapered edge would sit inside the Macrame setting and the ring design. Those look gorgeous, don't they? I mean, amethyst, smoky quartz, all garnet are going to be popular in those kind of designs, aren't they?
And they're great for creating flower designs as well.
Of course, they're petals, aren't they? Yes.
And with summer coming up, again, you know, perfect.
or maybe in little fascinators. I'm
Yep.
thinking ladies' days, certain
Absolutely.
events, Cheltenham.
Even a
And
little
if you need to
teardrop
make-
pendant. Sometimes you just need
course.
one.
Keep it simple,
Yeah.
isn't it?
They're beautiful.
Good point. Director Bruce said, every day's ladies' day at JewelleryMaker. I like that. But Ascot soon as well. That's at the
Yes.
start of the year, isn't it? Sorry? I can't help myself. I like going to the horses. There you go. There's lots of very horsey people that love jewellery making, I've noticed actually.
Absolutely. They're great
Yeah.
for charms as well.
Of course, classic charm
Yep,
designs,
one on a
amazing.
charm.
Okay, these are flying out the door. If you're getting it in your basket, you need to be checking out as quickly as possible. Huge number of people multi-buying since we gave you that exclusive launch price. Should be $39.95. We've taken it down to $29.95. Amazing deal. We're going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on to our next deal. I'm going to fit in as many deals as we can this evening, because we only have about, what would we say, about 15 minutes left on the show. This is my penultimate late show before I move to the Designer Inspiration Show. So tomorrow will be my last late show. We're going to move on. Oh, here we go. Oh, they're here, aren't they? Sorry. I did see that earlier. I'm just being a bit silly. I just think this is fantastic again for Valentine's pieces. Oh, look who's arrived, right on cue. Tech Op Sam has re-entered the studio as we're about to launch the heart-shaped hot pink druzy. 12mm in size, you get a 20cm strand. I mean, pendants, earring designs. Amazing. Already huge numbers of people coming through for this one. I think it's just because you get that classic sparkle that we associate with gemstones, but you also get a kind of organic crystal structure as well. So again, they're kind of telling their own story, really, aren't they?
They are. I love those. I love the shape of those. I mean, in a ring.
Oh, of
as
course,
a
solitaire
pendant,
rings.
Yeah, as a pendant.
It's kind of like a candy floss pink,
It
isn't
is,
it?
it
It's
is.
beautiful. We don't see this colour tone very often, do we? I mean,
No.
you think maybe Kunzite really is the only gemstone I can think of that would offer you that kind of colour tone, but the
Yeah,
price
it is
points.
very candy pink.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Absolutely.
And even toning that down again with your Smokey Quartz.
Yeah.
Lifting it with your
Absolutely.
pearls.
Like that as an
That's
accent.
beautiful.
Solitaire ring,
Yeah.
the heart in the centre, and then accent it with the Smokey Quartz.
They're great for earrings.
Yes.
Two in an earring.
That'd be amazing,
One
wouldn't
as a
they?
pendant, and you've got a full set.
Matching set, you only need 3 gemstones.
Yeah.
How much would you expect to gain for a set of druzy
Oh,
hearts like
at
that?
least. I mean, again, depends where you sell and all of that, but I'd say as a minimum, £15.
£15 for the set.
For the set, as an absolute minimum.
Okay, let's go conservative. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets if you were to grab this particular strand. Okay. Really? Because that would be potentially £90 off this one strand. And we are going to honour the launch price this evening. 80 carats of hot pink druzy quartz in those fantastic heart shapes, currently available for $18.95.
Wow.
We're not even staying there, Angela. We're going to honour the launch price. We're going to take it down to $13.95.
Wow.
Oh, you. I'll tell you what. I'll just tell you, basically, in Liam's mind, they were $19.95, so he hit the reduced by £5 button, and they went down to $13.95. They should have been $14.95, so I'm really. Oh no, it's okay then. There you go. It's the 28th today, is that right? Is it 28th
Yes,
today?
28th.
It's the 28th today. You just got yourself out of trouble. Even so, I don't think they needed to go as low as $13.95, but we just put £5 back in your pocket. We intended to go to $14.95. I'll tell you what, Vicky Field better take a maths test when she comes over here to work with you. You need my mental arithmetic skills. What's up with you? He said, oh right, in that case I can go lower. We shouldn't have told him the date. What's wrong with you? Okay, that is fair enough. He did say if you're going to get in trouble you might as well go all the way. $11.95. Even producer Liam is a little bit shocked by his own reaction to what's happened. Wow, there you go. More buyers coming in from across the globe recognising, well, it's basically an error that you've taken to the end. Until I'm already going to get an email telling me off for that, so I might as well just make them as accessible as possible. Probably going to be a sellout deal now. Is that what your justification is going to be? Well, we sold them out. So now there's room for a new and exciting possibility in the warehouse. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. There you go, we've got buyers across the globe. Tammy in Mississippi. Amazing. There you go, opportunity. Better value than Tammy can find across the pond in the States. What a price. Should be $18.95. In error, we went down to $13.95, and that meant that producer Liam decided he'd go one step further and go to $11.95. Do you know what? I'm actually seeing people who'd already confirmed their order doubling up now. Amazing. And weren't we saying conservatively we could probably make about £90 off the strand?
And they're perfect for this time of year with Valentine's.
True.
Just a few weeks away. Perfect.
Perfect. They are perfect. $11.95. We're moving on. Oh, I love these. These are statement toggle clasps. Rose gold plated findings. All about the detailing that you see on the metalwork here. Look at that. Rope effect style, but they are huge. They're all over 25mm in size in terms of the actual toggle. The T-bars are all over 43mm in size. This is just one of the designs. Then you've got this quite similar but subtle variations and that kind of swirl of the rope effect. And then you've got the kind of plain metalwork with the almost gizmo wired little pieces of detailing. They're actually quite large to hold all three because they are statement sizes. There you go, you can see everything you're going to get. Rose gold plated findings, 3 individual toggle clasps. There you go, there's everything. You can see it much more clearly in that design. And it comes to you once again at an add it to your order price. Wow, really, for rose gold plated findings, statement style toggle clasps, $6.95. This has never been available as an individual item prior to this evening. It's always been part of kind of designer inspiration bundles or kits, I assume. Well, actually, you can see gem heavy pieces. They'd be perfect for that, wouldn't they? I'd almost say kind of asymmetrical designs. You can make a feature of the toggle clasp.
Yeah, there's so many things you can do with those. I've seen on the shows, Debbie's put polymer clay in them, they've set resin in them. You can use it as a centre piece to hang your gemstones in.
I just thought the doming resin
That's right.
would look fantastic there, wouldn't it? But you're right, you could suspend quite a sizable gemstone in the centre there and use it actually for a pendant design.
That's right.
So many opportunities. Rose gold plated as well for $6.95, out of this world. If you do want to add these to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number as quickly as possible. We're going to move on from that particular deal. I'm going to give you an opportunity to add these fantastic crackled quartz polished rounds to your order. So you get the texture of the inclusions, but you get that beautiful high-end polished finish. $14mm rounds, 500 carats in total. This is a real favourite with my producer. he recognises the versatility and the neutrality that is offered to you in your 14mm crackled quartz. So popular. Every time we see them on air. If you want to add this to your order, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number, because as always, we are going to be able to provide you with an add it to your order deal this evening. $7.95. If you've already got that P&P up and running, maybe you took advantage of the Ruby and Pearl deal. Maybe you grabbed the Ametrine or the wire mesh opportunity. This is another must-have for so many jewellery makers. It's available this evening for the next 60 minutes for just $7.95 for 500 carats of white crackled quartz. These are 14mm polished rounds, but with those beautiful crackled inclusions. Available right now for under £10, just $7.95. We're going to move on. I think I know what this one is. Is it the Faceted Black Agate? Yes, here we go. Now, the great thing about these are they're corner drilled, so they give you that diamond-like shape, that rhombus shape. They're described as faceted squares, but then they've been corner drilled. Have a look at the way they've been faceted. Gives you basically like a kind of star effect inside the gemstone. Love it. Absolutely love that. I mean, those in an earring design, again, maybe just with some white pearls for that classic monochrome look. So much luster, so much sophistication. 150 carats. They're 12mm in size, so significant enough to make an impact in your designs without being too sort of statement-esque. I think there still could be sort of everyday designs. I just think one of those, pair of Shepherdhooks, one of those, one pearl, classic monochrome look, and they're going to pick up on the light, aren't they, and provide you with that luster. And you can see the way they come to that kind of, can you see that kind of star effect that you get from the facets? They're absolutely gorgeous, aren't they?
They are lovely. And I think that shape is, well, for me, if I was working with that shape, it would challenge me, because
Right.
I'm quite used to working with, you know, rounds or drops, and, you know, so it will challenge you and give you, bring out new ideas and new designs.
That's the best way to learn about yourself as a designer, isn't it? To give yourself a challenge, to take yourself out of your comfort zone.
Yeah.
And then, of course, once you discover a new way, a new approach, world's your oyster, really. That's the beauty of jewellery design, isn't it?
Definitely.
There you go. 150 carats in total, already proving to be extremely popular, possibly because of that unique cut and facet, but probably because of the add it to your order price. Just $6.95 for 150 carats. That's the way to not only maybe revolutionise your approach to jewellery design, but also to make the most of that 1 P&P per day that runs midnight to midnight here at JewelleryMaker. So if you've already got your order up and running, if you paid your $2.95 for today, you do need to have those neutrals in your collection, don't you? Your jet blacks, for example. But with that variation in the shape and the facet, this might just inspire a new kind of look within your designs. It's available right now for $6.95. If you've got that in your basket, you know what to do. Start checking out now, because there's also a lot of people coming through on the free phone number. So if you want to grab that one, act as quickly as possible. We'll move on from that deal. Is that right? Yeah. Got this interesting bundle here, Liam. Is that available? Yeah, you like that? Because there's two kind of quite interesting cuts here as well, because you've got the wheels in your Smokey Quartz and emerald. Is that right? Oh no, sorry, can we not launch that one? My apologies. I should just leave it to the producer, really, shouldn't I? There you go, I get all excited. How about 16? Yeah? Gorgeous sapphires. But in a variety of different colours here. So you've got canary sapphires, classic salon blues, midnight blues, as well as your pink sapphires, all on one strand. And, oh, hold on, we've got a purple sapphire here as well. Probably one of the rarest gemstone varieties on the planet, purple sapphire. And I've just heard we're going to give you a clearance deal on this strand. Faceted sapphires, top drill droplets. They range in size from 4x2 to 5x2, sorry. Okay, start dialing the free phone number. One of the traditional big four should be $49.95. This evening, for 60 minutes only tonight. Really? Wow. We're going to take this down to an unprecedented low. From $49.95 down to $34.95. Another £15 back in your pocket. We have been extremely generous on some of these price points this evening, I have to say. It's not because we want to devalue gemstones, of course we don't. But we do want to make luxury items as accessible as possible. And I think producer Liam has been going a little bit above and beyond, really, with those prices tonight. Angela's been shocked. I've been shocked. Pete's been not angry, just disappointed. Would you say, yeah?
That's fair.
Yeah. Sam's just been loving it because she's been out there phoning the call centre to order all the items. No, I'm only joking. She hasn't really. She's been doing her job. But yes, amazing saving there. Down from $49.95 to $34.95 for faceted multicoloured sapphire. Grab it while you can. And of course another birthstone there. September's birthstone. It's only available at that price point for 60 minutes or while stocks last. We're going to move on from that particular deal. And we're going to move on? Yes, we're going to give you an opportunity to see this. Maybe you've just tuned in. We launched this probably coming up to about 60 minutes ago. We brought you ametrine, one of the rarest gemstones on the planet, coming from traditionally not just one location, one mine on planet Earth in Bolivia. That's why this ametrine is sometimes known as Bolivianite. It was launched at $19.95 for 135 carats. Huge carat weight on every single gemstone, faceted to perfection. I mean, the sparkle that you get, I mean, look at that. It is just out of this world. I think we were all blown away by the quality and the carat weights that you received on this. Okay, still quite a lot of people with this in their basket, I'm hearing, so you do need to check out now as people start to fly through once again on the free phone number. And there's still some people who maybe weren't aware of this, maybe you've had other commitments tonight. If you've just tuned in, I cannot fathom why this is available at $19.95, other than to say we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. We try to kind of cut out as many middlemen as possible when we're sourcing gemstones and get as close to source as possible. And by cutting out all those middlemen, we can source gemstones at the lowest possible prices and pass those savings on to you. So to bring you this strand of ametrine for less than £20 is remarkable. I would definitely take advantage of that as quickly as possible. $19.95 for 135 carats of ametrine. So if you've got it in your basket, check out now to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on because we also had 3 of the best known gemstones on the jewellery market, really, in garnet, amethyst and smoky quartz. All about the consistency of colour, the intensity of the colour, the chocolate browns in the smoky quartz, the intense regal purples on the amethyst, and those beautiful pomegranate reds that we got in the garnet. Should have been $39.95. We gave you an exclusive launch price tonight of $29.95. I mean, it was less than £10 per strand. Gorgeous. And look at that amethyst, exactly as Mother Nature intended it. Gorgeous garnet. Again, perfectly natural, beautiful Mozambique garnet. $29.95 is the price point, less than £10 per strand for amethyst, garnet and smoky quartz. A must-have for all jewellery makers because it's 3 classic gemstones that people will be aware of, that people will want to own in their collection. $29.95 is only available for a certain length of time, and then it will go back up to $39.95. We are going to move over and have a look what Angela's been doing this evening, because our wonderful business academy, I was going to say instructor, but I didn't think that's the right word for a business academy. Tutor. That's the word. Yes, sorry. Sometimes my brain doesn't work.
Oh, just like me.
There you go.
So no
we've had a lovely message from Sally says, hello Ed and JM team, haven't seen Angela on the programme before. She's delightful. What a lovely, bubbly and enthusiastic lady.
Oh, thank you, Sally. Thank you.
That's a nice way to describe Angela this evening. And I have to say, you missed one out. Inspirational. Because look at this beautiful suite of jewellery that Angela's put together. I mean, it's just astounding. I love this. Oh, that's gorgeous. The pearls with those kind of turquoise tones. Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, we saw the use of pearls there. Gorgeous. Look at this. This is with the ruby, accented with some of the smoky quartz. Absolutely gorgeous. But those rubies were also combined with the pearls, and well, the saving there was just incredible, wasn't it? The pearls and the rubies there. This necklace in particular proved to be extremely inspirational. Lots of people coming through, and we were saying probably expect to achieve treble figures if you're selling that design.
Definitely. And not forgetting the earrings as well.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the quality of those rubies are just fabulous, absolutely fabulous.
I fell in love with this combination, the Peridot and the black Tourmaline, and you can see that it's got that beautiful texture to it, that organic quality, and the combination of colours is just remarkable, isn't it? Amazing. Wire mesh as well, one of our most popular deals there. You can see that particular necklace design, fantastic. I'm actually going to have to leave it there because we are quickly running out of time. So thank you to all of the team for putting together the show, Liam for the prices, Bruce, Sam and Pete for all their hard work, and of course thank you to the wonderful Angela.
Thank you.
Your insights and your inspiration has been amazing. Thank you so much for tuning in to the show. Tomorrow evening will be my last ever late show, so make sure you don't miss out on that. I can tell you there's going to be lots and lots of exciting deals. Thank you to Angela once again. Thank you and good night.
Bye.